From missing persons to strange things found in the woods to anomalous lights, eyewitness encounters of the paranormal and unexplained, and government and military cover-ups. Something's going on. And in this very special new compilation series, we're going to take a step back and, as the title suggests, look at the most disturbing unsolved mysteries that I've presented to you all over the course of time. And while we're on the topic of disturbing and back in time, this first segment takes us back into the early 1900s, where a railroad worker recounts one of the most bizarre, horrifying, and strangest experiences he thought he would never have. Fortunately, it didn't happen to him, but he most certainly saw the aftermath of it. Check it out. Back in the early 1900s, Nicholas was working for Southern Pacific Railroad, laboring in a remote forested area on the California-Oregon border as they built a track. The way it typically worked was crews of laborers would set up a base camp in the woods, and then they would split into two-man teams that go off and do some labor each week on the track. Now, each one of these teams would work for a week in relative isolation, and at the end of the week, they would return to the base camp. On one particular project, Nicholas was dispatched to this line camp in the woods as part of a two-man team. Now, both him and his partner had been working together for quite some time, and they had gotten close with one another. And so they made the long ride to their makeshift camp in the woods and got settled in for the week. Now, this particular line camp that Nicholas and his partner had been sent to, this project was actually positioned on a high embankment that would provide an excellent overlook of a vast meadow that kind of gently slopes down, opening up to this huge lake. Now, this campsite was ideal because their mission was to build train tracks in that same meadow. And since nobody lived near this lake, the building of these tracks went largely unnoticed. It was kind of like working in no man's land. But Nicholas and his partner were not the first laborers to cut a line through this lake. Two surveyors had beat them to it, and they had begun their work weeks earlier delineating the best path for this rail line. They would start from the water's edge on the side nearest the line camp and begin making their way down the lake towards the opposite end. Both of them were carrying heavy equipment, flags, and their tools of the trade. One of them was a former Confederate soldier, and both were rather robust, brawny men who were generally well liked by the railroad laborers. And all was going well until about day 4 came around, when something truly menacing began to stalk their camp. Now, during this time, one of the two-man teams returned to base camp with only one man. They were told that the other man had disappeared. Despite the group at the base camp giving a brief initial search, all efforts to locate this missing man were unsuccessful, and there was no sign of what happened to him. The workers were left to speculate that something terrible must have befallen this poor man, and many of them were already dreading their week-long stints in the woods, a place that now appeared far more ominous and dangerous than before, and they had a good reason to feel that way. When these men would venture into the woods, not only were they risking their life to comply with an extremely dangerous job, but they were also entering an extraordinary wilderness that was literally teeming with dangerous predators and severe weather that they would have to contend with on a daily basis. Now, it turns out that what happened in the dark areas of these woods was far more sinister than any of them could have ever imagined. And soon, these men would get to confront these horrors firsthand. So, about a week goes by, and they still are clueless as to where this missing man had gone. No one really knows what happened to him. Now, despite this and the continued search for him, they still have a job to do. Now, at this point, several weeks had now passed, and the camp has now moved north in order to finish the railroad line. During what started as a rather ordinary workday, one of the men had gone into the woods to relieve himself when he'd make a startling discovery. He found a man, the one who had been missing, and he was alive, but nowhere close to well. The man, when found, had no clothing, no shoes, nothing. I mean, he was completely stark naked. He was filthy, cut up, bruised, and completely traumatized and delirious. So when this man saw one of the crewmen, he was so happy, he starts crying, and he was talking about not wanting to ever be out in nature ever again. I mean, just complete and total hysteria. The crew was shocked to see him alive, and no one really knew what happened, and it took a long time for him to finally get the faculties to tell people the story of what had happened to him. In his story, he details how a giant female ape had come out of the woods, hiding behind a thicket when he wasn't looking, lunging out and grabbing him and dragging him into the woods. Apparently, this giant ape lived down in a cave in the forest, roughly several miles away, he would estimate, and reared about 9 feet tall and weighed at least 600 or 700 pounds. Now, upon capture, the man was forcefully stripped of all his clothing and thrown into a large dirt pit. This Oonga Boonga, as I call it, kept him bound in a sick, sadistic way. This creature would hold him down forcefully and then lick his feet and hands until they were completely raw and painful to the touch, making any effort to climb out of the pit too excruciatingly painful. Now, every desperate attempt to escape was foiled as this creature would just resurface out of nowhere, forcing him back down into the pit. When he finally managed to make an escape, it only worsened the raw wounds on his hands and feet. Nicholas himself could attest to this because when the crew found him, Nicholas included, Nicholas detailed the man's appearance as one of extreme distress and fear. He described his pale and clammy skin, the filth, the dirt, the dilated pupils, and his intense anxiety as he continuously checked around him in paranoia. And even more chilling was the thought that this giant ape continued to roam freely in the woods around them as they worked. All of them knowing this thing could take any of them at any time if it wanted, or worse, come back for this man. No one knew how to explain his story, but it terrified all of them. Now, years later, when Nicholas would recount this experience to his daughter and other family members, he was, of course, met with much skepticism and mockery. People laughed at him and dismissed his story outright, claiming that he was simply uneducated and didn't understand that his tale was impossible. There couldn't possibly be an ape-like creature living in the woods of North America, and thus his experience must have been a figment of his imagination or a hoax. Despite the ridicule he faced, Nicholas stuck to his story, insisting that he had actually experienced and saw what he did. This story was eventually passed down to the grandchild of Nicholas and came up during a conversation that wasn't exactly centered around Bigfoot. Nicholas's daughter, who had passed away in 2006, would retell her dad's story, the one that he had always stuck to and told with the utmost conviction for the last 65 years of his life. Now, Nicholas and his wife were actually Greek immigrants that came over here in the late 1800s seeking better living and working opportunities. They had worked in the fruit canneries down in Central Valley in California, and then Nicholas would go on to a long career with the Southern Pacific Railroad, first in track maintenance and later in track construction. Their hard work and dedication allowed them to build a new life in the United States. But all was not as it seemed. There is a horrible twist that I've not told you yet. The real horror to this story isn't over, as it turns out that while this man was captured by this Oonga Boonga, this creature actually forced him to have sexual relations with it, or her, whatever it is, on top of being beaten, tortured, abused in a manner of several horrific ways. Obviously, he was not prepared for the sexual and psychological torture he endured by this being, and unfortunately passed away only a few hours after being discovered by the railroad crew. And legends involving Sasquatch kidnappings are especially intriguing among folklore surrounding these same creatures, But what's even more fascinating are the accounts of supposed abductions that involve coupling, which is a factor that could have far-reaching implications if you think about it. I mean, since the early 1900s, there have been numerous stories of individuals who have been kidnapped by large ape-like creatures, and the account of Nicholas, as shared by his grandson John Lewis, might be one of the most unsettling and thought-provoking stories of its kind. If anything, it's truly disturbing. You know, what's funny about that segment is that it was actually filmed at my parents' place while my office that I'm in right now was being flooded. Fun times. And while we're on the topic of water, let's go ahead and dive in, see what I did there, to the next segment. There are sightings and stories of things living in not only our oceans, but our very own lakes. And these stories go back hundreds of years. In fact, as you guys are going to see in this next segment, well, some of these stories are pretty terrifying. In the spring of 1782, a French-Canadian fur trader of the name of Venant Saint-Germain was busy leading a small expedition along the shores of Lake Superior. Now, he was actually accompanied by 3 other French voyagers, as well as an elderly Ojibwe woman who would serve as their guide and interpreter. Now, the group decided to make camp for the night on a very small uninhabited island nestled right between Isle Royale and the Canadian mainland. Now, this was just a little modest island that was known to the Ojibwe as Minas. Now, this was merely meant to just be a short stopover, I guess a chance to set up camp and, put out some fishing nets and stock up on fresh fish before continuing their journey at first light. Now, as the sun began to dip below the horizon and day began to turn to night, Lake Superior changed. Saint Germain and the Ojibwe woman would stay along the rocky shoreline and, they would check the fishing nets to see if they had caught anything, while the other men would head inland to set up camp. And unfortunately, there was nothing in the nets, they were completely empty, and so Saint Germain took a moment just to take in the spectacular view of the amazing sunset vista. I don't know if you guys have ever stood out on a lake as the sun's setting and the stars are coming out, but it is a beautiful sight to behold. Now, he's scanning the horizon, just taking it all in, and he catches sight of something beyond that's very strange and doesn't quite fit in the surrounding scenery. Now, roughly an acre or so away from the shoreline, just rising above the surface of the water, was something that he would describe would be a bizarre creature with what would be the upper body of a human being. Now, Saint Germain would later describe this as a very perplexing apparition in vivid detail in a sworn affidavit made before a panel of judges. He took himself pretty seriously, and he would state that the creature also had its torso elevated out of the water with one arm outstretched towards the setting sun. Now, he estimated the size of the creature's upper body to be approximately that of a 7 or 8-year-old child, and the hand was even human-like with 5 distinct fingers. The other arm seemed to rest casually upon its hip below the waterline. Now, he's squinting towards the strange creature, and he can make out a distinct human-like face with what he would describe as brilliant, shining eyes, a well-formed mouth and nose, and a mouth in proportion to the rest of its features, and the complexion even appeared to be a brownish hue. Its body even seemed to be covered in inch-long woolly fur that was grayish-black in color. Now, as the confounded Frenchman just stared in complete disbelief, this creature slowly would turn its head and look directly at Saint Germain and his Ojibwe companion. And as you can imagine, the expression on both of their faces were completely dumbstruck as they're looking at this thing, as well as this thing noticing them. It too had a very uneasy and curious expression on its face. I mean, it was a bizarre spectacle to hold 2 human beings on shore as they were looking at this thing, some creature in the water. And so as he's staring at this thing, he's glancing over at the woman thinking like there's no way she's seeing this thing too, but she was not imagining things. Now, she just stood there silent and motionless, completely dumbfounded just like he was. And so thinking to himself, he's like, you know what, I gotta kill it. So he's scrambling to find his musket and he takes aim, and he doesn't fire. Because before he could fire, the Ojibwe woman is saying, "Stop, do not shoot." Now, she urgently explained to him that it was according to Ojibwe tradition, this creature that they were seeing out in the water was a type of water spirit, more commonly known as the Meme-Gwashi. Now, these spirits were said to dwell in caves beneath the lake and were even believed to possess power over the weather. Now, of course, Saint Germain dismissed this notion as complete, ridiculous, superstitious nonsense, and he shook the woman's arm off. "Get off me, woman," and began to take aim again, but this time his eyes searched the water again, and now the creature had completely vanished from sight, completely unsure of where it had went. And so they just kind of give up. And so later on that evening, the island was then ravaged by a sudden and violent thunderstorm. Interesting how that worked out. As you can imagine, the Frenchman remained pretty skeptical because, well, it was just by happenstance. And he definitely didn't really see the connection between the legend and what he saw that night. In the following years to come, he would occasionally speak of this strange encounter to his friends and colleagues and people he had met, and of course, as you can imagine, most would just write it off as careless, unimaginative fantasy. But there were a few fellow voyagers who, after hearing his encounter, would confide in him their own sightings of similar creatures in and around the Lake Superior area. But none of them could match the vivid descriptions of what he saw. And as time would continue to pass, he would continue to name this island the place of the monster. Now, even though it's been well over 200 years since Saint Germain and his guide had witnessed such a bizarre event, it is still a mystery to this day because sightings of things in and around the lake continue. Perhaps the Ojibwe people really were onto something, and they were a lot more familiar with the things in and outside the water than most of us like to realize. Now, this next story I've already told in this video right here, but I'm gonna go ahead and retell it again so you don't have to watch this. It was the summer of 1886, and a small team of eager prospectors would cross the Great Lake bound for one of its many remote islands. Now, they were lured, of course, by the rumors of undiscovered copper deposits, and they hoped at the time to completely strike it rich and have it made. And so after landing on a very isolated outcrop, these men spent the first day scouting the area for any signs of copper and preparing their rudimentary diving equipment for an underwater prospecting. They knew there was copper in the area and they were going to find it. They were not going to go home empty-handed. These men had their hustle going. And so dusk began to fall over, and that first evening, the group would set up camp all along the rocky shoreline. And they're getting their gear ready, they're talking, they're getting really pumped up about tomorrow's big find, and they're stoked. So they all gathered around the campfire, and the fire's crackling, and they're just cooking and enjoying each other's camaraderie and company. And they realize that the fire's starting to get low, so they need to go gather more firewood. So the one man gets up, walks into the woods where he's going to gather more, and when he returns, he could see that the others were clearly shaken up by something. And so when he comes back, the other men can see that this guy is clearly shaken up and he's visibly pale. And so they're asking, what happened? Did you see something in the woods? Like, what's going on with you, buddy? And he explains that he sees something, or I should say he saw something out on the dark water just as light is beginning to fade more and more. And he described he saw something rising from the depths. This eerie, disgusting green glow had appeared and would slowly spread across the surface of the water. It was almost as if it was some sort of spectral radiance that would bloom outward until it spanned an area that was roughly 30 feet across. And of course, he's recalling these, native tales of vengeful water spirits. And so one of these superstitious prospectors seized his rifle and would fire it right towards the source of the light. And of course, they're all now completely terrified by this, but they're also very tempted by the dreams of striking it big and getting rich. So they would just resolve their efforts and continue in the morning. And so they would bed down for the night, taking turns standing watch to make sure no more strange things happen, although they can't get what happened in the lake out of their minds. Now, what had the men seen out in this black water? It was only the beginning very bizarre things to come. And so the following day, the diver gets all suited up, he's ready to go, he goes down in the water, and he follows this snaking vein of copper along the lake floor until it leads to a yawning opening, the mouth of a very immense underwater cavern. Now this metallic vein kind of continued into the rocky cave, but the length of his air hose prevented further progress, and so he turns to retreat back to the barge, but the diver's suit lamp mysteriously blinks out without any single warning, and it enveloped him in complete and total pitch blackness. And so now he's blind and disoriented, and he's trying to feel his way along the cavern walls, just searching for a way out. And as he stumbles through the darkness in his cumbersome suit, he bumps up against something soft and fleshy. Now, at first, he assumed it was merely the side of the cavern, but as he began to straighten and orient himself, the spongy mass began to move. Now, to his horror, this was no rock wall. It was something alive. And before he knew it, it sprang to life and began moving even more and began glowing this ominous green glow that would just pulsate in the darkness. And now he's panicking, unsure of what to do, because this was no rock formation. This was a living creature of unfathomable size and power. And so he's desperately trying to get out, and it's at this point his air hose had become ensnared on the cave floor of some kind, trapping him there as this beast begins to approach. Now, according to this diver's account, this eye emerged from the glow, stopping directly in front of his helmet. Now, acting on primal instinct, he grabs his diving knife and plunges it right in. The blade sinks into the creature's flesh. The injured beast lit up even more brightly, until its entire monstrous form was now visible in the green glow. He could see now that this creature looked like some sort of nightmarish just blob of an aquatic mammoth beast, and now they were locked in a struggle for life and death because only one would make it out alive. This creature, whatever it was now blocking the exit, and he had no choice but to try and get his way out. And so after he had stabbed it with the knife, it began growing even brighter and brighter in intensity. Now suddenly, he could see it writhing and squirming with its tentacles and several massive eyes, and this nightmarish being would completely almost trap him from ever getting out. In fact, it even lashed out at him with one of its snaking appendages, enveloping the diver and constricting him like a giant snake. Now what followed was a frenzied struggle for life and death as the diver would slash wildly at the tentacles, gasping for air, all the while this thing yanking violently at the air hose, keeping him alive. Now strange glowing nodules on the creature's body would flash in odd rhythms, further disorienting him. Now before you know it, water began trickling into his helmet, and he knew his time was running out. So summoning every last ounce of strength, he slashed furiously at the monstrous creature and made one final valiant surge towards the cavern's entrance, and with a desperate plunge, he managed to completely sever one of the beast's writhing tentacles. And the injured creature recoiled, releasing its grip on the diver, and as it retreated into the shadows of the cave, its glow rapidly fading. Now, of course, he's exhausted, he's fading, and he's trying to do his best to get to the surface. Boom! He bursts down into the open water of the lake. He kicks feebly towards the shimmering surface as the black closed in around him, and just as he lost consciousness, breaking into the air above, his companions grab onto him from the barge. They pull his body up on board, and all the divers are completely shaken because they could see how violently he had been struggling with something down below. And whatever it was had yanked him so violently, it nearly capsized the barge. And of course, once he came to and he was conscious, he told all of his fellow mates how exactly he had gotten there and what had transpired in the waters below. And they, of course, were nothing short of terrified. And that's when they unanimously decided that there's no amount of copper that would be worth another encounter with that thing. And so they made the choice to abandon the site altogether. And well, that's the end of that story for the time being. Now, what's interesting is this first appeared in the Manitowoc Pilot newspaper and would be soon published more widely, accumulating details over time. Unfortunately, it was likely sensationalized, and the anonymous diver's first-hand account proves that some unexplained Leviathan-like creature does lurk deep within Lake Superior's unfathomable depths. Now, sightings of something strange in Lake Superior does date back centuries, and it's not just some recent thing. In fact, in the 1600s, there were several French missionaries who had recorded accounts who would describe a fearsome aquatic beast. In fact, there was one priest in particular, Paul Lejeune, who allegedly witnessed a tribesman capture a young creature resembling what he would describe as a 10-foot creature, a lizard with a turtle's head. Now, they quickly released it back into the lake, believing harming it would summon catastrophic degrees of storms. But folks, it was the 1890s that brought a wave of more concrete sightings by outsiders. In 1894, there were crews on 2 separate steamships between Whitefish Point and Copper Harbor that had reported spotting a large underwater creature, that it had an arched serpentine back protruding around 7 feet above the surface. Now, the following summer, an even more ominous encounter would occur near Whitefish Point. A steamer crew spied a hideous thing swimming nearby. A huge head on a long, undulating neck estimated at 15 feet long, and it seemed to almost pace their ship as if stalking prey. But the most terrifying run-in would come near 1897 near Duluth, Minnesota. A yachtsman would fall overboard and claim to have actually been attacked by some unknown creature, and he described that it tried to actually constrict around him like a giant snake. And in his desperate struggle in the water, it was witnessed by 3 others aboard the yacht. Clearly, there was something massive and mysterious lurking in the cold depths of Lake Superior, and it was not afraid to reveal itself to the growing number of outsiders encroaching on its domain in the late 19th century. Now, the creature's identity ultimately remained unknown, but its menacing presence could no longer be denied or dismissed as mere legend. There truly is something in Lake Superior, but what it is, we don't know. You know, it's funny doing an episode like this because I haven't seen that episode since I shot it and released it, and man, oh man, is my beard short there. And not to mention, I can't help but cringe at my complete lack of a proper setup. But that's beside the point. Since we're already talking about lakes and the Great Lakes, well, that means we're in the Midwest. And since we're in the Midwest, let's talk about some of the most terrifying things that have taken place there. In the midst of a warm July in 1970, a story would unfold in the landscapes surrounding Farm City, Illinois. This would forever alter the tales around and in the town. It was on the clear night of July 9th, between a canopy of beautiful summer stars, that a group of adventure-seeking teenagers had found themselves at the epicenter of a chilling encounter. They had ventured out from the comfort of their homes to embrace the freedom of the wilderness for a night of carefree camping underneath these same stars. But little did these unwitting youths know, they were about to become part of a legend that is still talked about in the cornfields and forests of rural Illinois to this very day. As they gathered around the flickering glow of their campfire, laughing without a care, the dingy tree line bordering their makeshift camp slowly began to stir. A twig snapped in the darkness, too loud to be a harmless forest creature, and the teens all froze, their laughs caught in their throats as the tall grass began to rustle. Now the firelight cast dancing shadows across their stricken faces as they would peer out into the blackness, all of their pulses quickening. A shape was moving in the dark, far larger than any local wildlife, and it was coming right for them. This was something so bizarre, so unearthly in its form, that it simply defied all rational explanation. It was described as man-like in stance, yet beastly in appearance. This entity was draped in a shaggy coat of fur, its eyes aglow as they would pierce through the night, twin fires that hinted at an even greater blaze within. Now, these petrified teenagers could hardly trust their own eyes. Before them stood not any creature they had ever recognized, but something far more cryptic and otherworldly, a being perhaps not of this natural realm at all. Now, word of this chilling encounter soon began to ripple through Farm City, each retelling and passing through the grapevine, adding a new layer of fear and mystique to what was becoming a legend. Now, in the days that followed, there were additional sightings of this bizarre, obscure creature that were reported. Each new account would add credibility to the teens' initial run-in. Now, townsfolk who had first brushed it off as youthful embellishment began to reluctantly entertain the possibility that something truly unknown was now roaming their backwoods and cultivated fields. Was it some displaced beast, a phantom of the forest maybe, or something far more ominous and unexplained? The answers continue to remain as elusive as the creature itself. This very being became known as the Farm City Monster, and in fact, it would leave a mark on this small rural community. The odd events of that very summer became a pivotal, if still ambiguous, chapter in the region's history of the unexplained. Now, shortly after this event, high strangeness would strike once again. In the year of 1972, a veil of mystery had descended upon the once peaceful quiet town of Peoria, Illinois. It was here, along the twisting rural stretch of road known commonly as Coal Hollow, that an extraordinary account had emerged, one steeped in primordial fear. This now infamous tale, which would soon entrance and baffle residents across Peoria and beyond, innocuously began with a local family's routine weekend outing to a nearby park. However, what the unwitting family witnessed that evening was anything but normal. As dusk fell and skies slowly darkened, the parked family spotted something utterly perplexing in the distance. Strange lights moving about, dancing and weaving with no obvious signs of purpose or origin. Though initially brushed off as some trick of the light or the shadows or even imagination, these unidentified lights were soon to be recognized as something far more strange. For it wasn't long after this incident that the first sightings of what locals dubbed the Cohomo or Coal Hollow Monster began to surface. Now, by scattered accounts, the Coal Hollow Road Monster was described as this massive, hairy, bipedal creature which seemed to prowl the tree line all along the winding rural road, just watching and waiting, and then vanishing back into the shadows whenever it wished. Its hulking dimensions were said to be formidable, striking both awe and terror into all witnesses from farm and town folk alike. Though initial reports were often dismissed as fiction or even flights of fancy, as more accounts had trickled in, residents began finding themselves reluctantly grappling with the possibility that something they knew not what was indeed stalking their remote byways. Now, before long, rumors of this monster began to spread, and it was like this creeping, unstoppable wildfire, igniting this combustible mix of macabre curiosity and raw fear among all who dwelt in this area. Some thrill seekers began to lurk along Coal Hollow themselves, cameras and crude weapons in tow, hoping to snatch some sight or even proof of this creature's existence. Others would lock their doors tight as soon as the sun sank low, newly wary of what unearthly things might tread beneath the forest cloak of darkness only mere miles away from their very homes. While many questions lingered about, the Coal Hollow Road Monster had decisively etched itself into the public consciousness of this small community. So we have to ask, had the families and farmers spotted mere figments wrought by group hysteria and perhaps overactive imaginations? Or, folks, could there truly be some never-before-documented man-beast stalking the liminal gaps between the forest and field, legend and reality? Then, The following year in Enfield, one of the most infamous events would take place in the state's paranormal history. It was the spring of 1973. The small rural town of Enfield, Illinois, had become the unexpected epicenter of a story so odd and chilling it would leave a mark on the strange annals of the unexplained. It all began on a seemingly normal April night, the 25th to be exact, when a local man named Henry McDaniel had returned to his isolated rural home, unaware he was about to have an encounter that would rattle the very foundations of his reality. As McDaniel approached his home after a day's work in town, he began to hear a sound. A bizarre scratching sound began to greet him from the darkness just outside his back door. Now, driven by equal parts curiosity and trepidation, he would peer out into the night, and to his utter terror and shock and confusion, he would see a creature the likes of which no man had ever laid eyes upon. There on his very doorstep stood an apparition of sheer alien terror. The entity, described as having 3 stout legs, a coat of short matte black hair, and what he would describe as eerily intelligent eyes, glowed pink as the fading sunset, and it seemed to defy all sensible laws of nature and anatomy. Now, in a moment of instinctual fear and self-defense, McDaniel fired his rifle at this thing, but with an almost preternatural agility, it defied its freakish shape. It leapt away into the shadows, leaving behind only a trail of outlandishly long 3-toed prints and a miasma of fear and questions hanging unanswered. But, folks, this chilling tale would not end here, because on May 6th, this same entity returned to the McDaniel home. And McDaniel once again would lay eyes upon the same bizarre creature, reinforcing the tangible reality of this earlier brush with the unknown. The entity, consistent in its unnatural form, would continue to elude all rational understanding. Now, these weird encounters would begin sparking a wave of fear across Enfield and all the surrounding farmland. Behind closed doors, the town would begin to speculate about the creature that would come to be known as the Enfield Monster. What was it? An alien life form, a genetic mutation run amok, or maybe a freakish beast from the bowels of an undiscovered wilderness? Unfortunately, any tangible explanations remained scarce. The truth behind the strange entity continues to remain a mystery. However, folks, things were just getting started for Illinois State. Strange beings were beginning to be spotted and reported all over the state. Now, in the densely populated urban heart of Chicago, Cook County, around the year of 1973, a tale unfolded that would truly begin to blur the lines between simple dismissed urban legend and disquieting reality. It was still an ordinary summer night, far removed from the peaceful lakes and darkened forest where such stories typically happen. Yet even here, amid the maze of buildings and the dedicated hum of city activity, one unassuming basement bedroom became the stage for a strange encounter that continues to defy understanding. The hour was close to 4 in the morning. It was then, in the pre-dawn, that a low, unnatural growl disturbed the silence, rousing a young 11-year-old girl, her siblings, and cousin from their makeshift beds about the basement. Now, the source of their unease soon became clear. It was their dog, hackles raised, fixated at the room's sole window and the empty alley beyond it. Peering past the dog's agitated form, the children made out a series of small, slow movements in the dim amber glow of the street lamp outside. Now, as their eyes adjusted to the shadows, a frightening sight gradually materialized. The indistinct outline of some large, oddly shaped figure seemed to be lumbering about outside in the gloom. Though its exact form was obscured, something in its posture and erratic gestures would suggest an otherworldly energy, enough to send a chill down the spine and conjure images better suited to nightmares than Chicago's side streets. Now, their panic screams soon drew the attention of two teen male cousins who had passed out upstairs. In response, these boys rushed outside, intent on confronting this prowler. However, what they encountered in that sparse light was far beyond any ordinary peeping Tom or trespasser. Stealing their nerves as they approached, it became unsettlingly clear that this was no man, but nor was it any kind of ordinary animal. Darting through slashes of street lamp luminescence, the figure's outline exuded a distinctly lupine aspect, enough to stoke a creeping sense of impossibility in the pit of the teen's guts. Now, as the brief chase continued down shadow-strewn alleys, each glimpsed characteristic under a dim orange light seemed to reinforce the impossible. Their target appeared to possess the haunches, fur, and rippling lope of a wolf. Yet its ropey arms would swing with this disturbingly human gait. And dismissing it at first as some kind of prank or elaborate Hollywood costume, the deeper implications soon began to shake the cousins' skepticism. This was no outfit, nor even a freakish wild dog. Every detail, from its height to the way tufts bristled behind real canine ears, was simply far too anatomically accurate. Somehow, beyond reason, what they were now chasing through downtown Chicago was a honest-to-God werewolf. Just as soon as the reality of such a thing had sunken in, the creature had vanished for good into the maze of streets and concrete. Had this all been some elaborate hoax, or had they truly stood snout to face with a legend given flesh? A beast once only thought to exist in the remote Northwoods, but now prowling Chicago's own back alleys as casually as any rodent or vagrant. Now, tales of other strange beings exist too. In the late November of an unspecified year, the pastoral stillness of Chandlerville, Illinois, a sleepy rural town nestled in the heart of the state's remote croplands, was shattered by a strange roadside encounter that defied all attempts at any rational explanation. The story unfolded along a lonely, fog-lined stretch of Illinois Route 78, a highway usually only known for its scenic tranquility rather than strange happenings. But on this particular evening, a lone driver had journeyed along the rural route, anticipating nothing more than the same muted, familiar journey that he had driven for years. However, what transpired next along that forgotten section of road would ultimately transfigure this man's ordinary trip into a tale of the paranormal. A colossal shape would lumber from the darkened wall of forest lining the asphalt, striding into the gleam of high-beam headlights. The stunned driver could do very little but gape in awe and fear as none other than Bigfoot, Sasquatch, whatever you want to call him, manifested itself before his vehicle. The witness would later describe this towering creature with vivid detail. It stood well over 8 feet tall as it paused to regard the truck, its torso rippling muscles beneath a sleek coat of jet black hair that shone under the headlamp's glare. Its tree trunk-like legs easily supported the mammoth frame as its long, powerful arms swung ponderously at its sides in a way no costumed human could possibly imitate. But perhaps most striking of all was the face. The face that eyed the driver briefly from beneath a heavy, ape-like brow, shadowed and somber in expression, but yet somehow possessing an intelligence and depth that seemed disconcertingly almost human. Before the petrified man could truly process what it was he was witnessing, this thing turned and then vanished back into the darkened woods from which it came with this animalistic grace despite its massive frame. Now, the brief but fateful glimpse had left the witness completely reeling. He had not merely spotted just a rare animal, nor even a known species thought extinct. That highway encounter had been something far more profound. A being that by all rights should not walk this earth in this age, yet undeniably did so. Had it just been a trick of shadows or maybe leaves, an outsider's expensive prank or a hoax? Or could it be that one of their own had truly stared into the eyes of a legend? Had this man truly glimpsed Bigfoot? In the year of 1991, along the lonely rural highways of Christian County, Illinois, a seemingly mundane late-night journey soon unfolded into a very similar encounter as the last one that would linger vividly in these two men's memories for decades to come. The incident began with a simple act of friendship, one man driving hours round trip to go pick up his buddy, Brian, from the last Greyhound bus located back in St. Louis. Now excited to catch up, the pair made a small detour to Steak and Shake before finally pointing the truck towards home. As the hours pleasantly slipped by with conversation, both felt utterly at ease cruising the night roads, accompanied only by the radio's muted glow. But as the clock edged ever later and the city's lights faded to black countryside, a spur-of-the-moment detour was about to unveil a fleeting yet startling roadside spectacle that would change their reality. Their quickest route took the ambling pickup through Taylorville, then veering southeast towards Assumption while bypassing Old Illinois 104 to Pana. The road here wound closely by the heavily wooded shores of Lake Bertinetti, which at the time there was new housing development still largely amidst in rural central Illinois. Now, dense stands of darkened forest imparted an intensifying sense of isolation, like stepping from one world to another now that the night was rid of all previous urban backdrop. Approaching a one-lane bridge over creek-fed marshland, the two men were casually debating when a sudden blur of movement from the woods to the right instantly grabbed their attention. With otherworldly speed and agility, this enormous canine-like creature had burst from the woods in total silence to launch itself clear over the rural highway in one single impossible leap. The beast, a rugged blend of silver gray and light brown fur, appeared almost primate in its sheer muscularity and imposing size. Then, having easily cleared over 40 feet of asphalt from its dug launch point on one ditch bank to the other, it vanished back in the shadows without a second, leaving only a wake of shocked disbelief in these stunned men. Now, the entire encounter had lasted mere seconds from start to finish, leaving really no time for shouts or reaction. As their pickup slowly rolled to a halt, well past the sighting point, a stunned silence filled the entire cab, and both passengers struggled to process the magnitude of what they just witnessed. Neither could dismiss it as ordinary wildlife. I mean, the sheer imposing bulk, distance leapt, and eccentric coloration pointed to something far stranger than any local megafauna. Could these men have witnessed what many in the Midwest know as the dogman? Now, I know some of you might be asking why on earth even bother with a compilation video. And, as a content creator, this is an opportunity to really highlight content that maybe you feel strongly about, or episodes that didn't really get much of a chance to shine. Honestly, though, I pump out so much content that it's kind of a fun way to look back and review some of these strange and bizarre and disturbing stories that have been researched over the past couple of years. And speaking of the past, I know many of you know about it and are aware of it, but it's still one of my favorite mysteries. To start it off, we need to go where the mystery began, Russia. In late January of 1959, a group of 9 experienced student hikers from the Ural Polytechnic Institute, led by Igor Dyatlov, set out on a very challenging backcountry ski hiking expedition in the northern Ural Mountains of Russia. The young men and women, mostly around 20 years old, very, very strong, very young, were all very skilled cross-country and downhill skiers. And they had taken many such adventures before. These were not rookies, they did not have green thumbs, they have been through it before. Now, this trip, though difficult, they were still very excited for the trek, specifically from Ivdel to Mount Otorten, which would earn them the coveted Grade 3 hiking certification. Now, this was a pretty big deal. So on January 28th, the entire story began. The group would decide to take a train that would take them from Ivdel all the way to Sverdlovsk, now called Yekaterinburg, and then boarded a truck to the village of Vizhai. Now, this last outpost was all there was for the group before they would make their slow, snowy ascent into the Russian wilderness. Now, after spending the night and being in high spirits, excited for their trip, they could not wait to start, but they had no idea what awaited them. And so the day came, and they began their hike towards Otorten. Their first day alone was a vast 11-mile trek just to get to the edge of the highland area where the real challenge would truly begin. And at this point, remember, they were excited, they had camaraderie, they were getting together to achieve one goal in mind: to conquer the frozen wilderness. And they were going to do whatever it took to make that happen. And so once they got into their trip, and eventually as night began to fall, the team decided that they should make camp for the night. Now, they were very tired at this point, as anyone would be in these exhaustive conditions and hiking a bunch, but they were still unfazed, knowing the journey they had ahead. Now, come the following day, January 29th, the hikers would then depart their first campsite to truly embark into the very, very remote snow-covered mountains. Their goal that day was to reach the high slopes of Kholat Syakhl, also known as Dead Mountain by many of the local indigenous Mansi people. Now, this foreboding nickname would actually disturbingly prove fitting in hindsight. However, unaware of the tragedy to come, the students just continued to march and march onward through the Ural's frozen forest. Now, when evening finally arrived on this night, they had made really good progress, but were still roughly 5 miles away from the mountain. And so the team, deciding that they couldn't go any further, it was best to just group up, do camp, and then the following day they would finish the remainder of the 5 miles. And so the team actually found a very suitable campsite in the forest to settle in for the night before attempting to finally summit the Kholat Syakhl the next day. And by all accounts, the group remained in very high morale, joking around and laughing and enjoying each other's camaraderie, as seen in several photographs developed from cameras later recovered by search parties. Yeah, this is about to get pretty dark. Now, when the hiker group failed to telegraph their designated checkpoint at Otorten on February 12th as planned, search parties were then dispatched into the snowy wilderness to try and locate them. And on February 26th, nearly an entire month after the team's departure from Vizhai, the very first cryptic clues were uncovered near Kholat Syakhl. Their trip had suddenly become this morbid reversal from what originally began as a routine hiking certification expedition. The initial search party discovered an abandoned tent, very badly damaged, mind you, covered in snow, located on the eastern slopes of Dead Mountain. Investigators described the tent as cut open from the inside and covered in footprints trailing down the hill away from the site. Now, once inside, they noticed that the belongings were scattered chaotically, and personal items and shoes and coats were still there, which was really strange because it seemed that whoever abandoned the tent was in a hurry, perhaps fleeing for their life. Now, Of course, this initial baffling scene presented far more questions than answers, and rightfully so. I mean, all evidence would indicate that the hikers had fled their campsite in a wave of mass panic, illogically fleeing into the dangerously frigid temperatures without proper clothing, or, as you're about to find out, with pretty much no clothing. But what could have sparked such terror and confusion among this very experienced group of explorers? Now, in the coming days and weeks, as search parties would continue to search, more and more clues would pop up that kind of led them to what they thought would be the answer. On February 27th, as search parties scoured more and more, like I said, they were finding more and more clues, and the first 2 bodies were finally uncovered near the base of a very large pine tree, approximately a mile or so away from the tent site found only 3 days prior. The 2 bodies here were identified as Yuri Krivonoshenko and Yuri Doroshenko. The men were found stripped down to their underwear and completely barefoot. Their bodies, which showed clear signs of hypothermia, with skin blistering from extreme cold exposure. Now, as you can imagine, search and rescuers weren't exactly sure what to make of this scene, and they continued to search and search and search, but they searched in vain because there was no trace of any fire, no trace of any makeshift shelter, or really any survival efforts by these 2 men, and they could not figure out what had happened. Their deaths seemed to defy any rational explanation. Again, it goes back to it with the tent situation. It seemed as if these men were in such a hurry to flee from something, they would rather risk dying out in the frigid cold. Now, further searches revealed 3 more bodies. Dyatlov himself, Kolmogorova, and of course, Slobodin, all scattered widely across the snowy landscape. And my friends, they too were nearly naked, with major traumatic injuries, but still no clear external signs of violence. Now, how could these experienced hikers have ended up dead and scattered outside in such a bizarre, ill-prepared manner? Now, conjectures of an avalanche or paradoxical undressing from hypothermia began circulating, but glaring inconsistencies left both theories shrouded in doubt. Now, what's even far stranger is the details emerged as the remaining 4 bodies were slowly uncovered over the following months as snow began to melt more and more. And investigators were actually really stunned to find that Dyatlov's group had actually managed to descend over a mile from their tent, traversing very dense forested areas and a very steep ravine in complete darkness and some of the harshest conditions. And in May of that same year, the body of team member Alexander Kolevatov was found with a very unusual autopsy report detailing strange questions. Well, you see, his skull showed evidence of violent blows, but the soft tissue remained intact, which forensic examiners described it as strange. Now, even more strange was that his body was found clutching Zolotaryov, an apparent attempt to share body heat. Now, Zolotaryov himself sparked further mystery. His body was found wearing Dubedinya's coat and undershirt, and his autopsy revealed that he had suffered serious chest trauma comparable to the force of a car crash. Now, not really the type of injuries one would expect from exposure or a slip and fall accident. Now, additionally, Dubinya's body was missing its tongue and eyes, and this, of course, baffled pathologists. Now, what could possibly have driven these students to such dire, confused, and confounding ends in the snowy peaks? The questions just kept piling up. Nobody could figure it out. And it gets weirder because the families of these deceased hikers pleaded and demanded answers. Soviet authorities were suspiciously vague and very secretive about the entire case. Even the police had declassified only a cursory summary of events, attributing the deaths to an unknown compelling force. Autopsy photos and reports were actually deemed classified immediately. Now, the lack of transparency, of course, fueled much speculation that something more sinister was being covered up. But to what degree? No one really knew. And in fact, a private journal found among the group's recovered belongings contained a final, very odd entry dated February 1st. It's night. Something terrible is happening. It is indescribable. We are in danger. But the cryptic words shed no light on what actual fate, if any, had befallen Dyatlov's team. So independent researchers began trying to piece together all the clues and the puzzle pieces, just trying to struggle to explain how these skilled mountaineers met such a bewildering and violent end. At the same time, people really began speculating around military weapons testing and all sorts of that dark stuff. You know what I'm talking about. People also speculated remote indigenous tribes, escaped prisoners, and even something as strange as Yeti attacks. But no explanation could perfectly explain or align with the weird and tragic facts. Only the full autopsy reports and photographic evidence held by authorities at the time could possibly provide clarity on how the Dyatlov group had died on Dead Mountain. But folks, the classified documents were kept secret by the Soviets for decades. Now finally, in the late 1980s, due to public pressure, some details were gradually released, adding horrific context. The bodies showed severe internal injuries incongruous with external wounds. Dubinina's tongue was indeed ripped out, and traces of human flesh was found between her clenched teeth. The bodies of Dubinina and Zolotaryov were determined to be exposed, get this, to low levels of radioactivity. Now, bizarrely, Dubinina's hair also showed noticeable graying despite her very young age. Now, testimony from other hikers in the same region came forward describing seeing strange, mysterious, glowing orange spheres floating in the night sky and then rapidly moving across mountain peaks the night of the incident. Now, were the students attacked by UFOs or possibly a top secret government military weapon? I mean, none of the emerging evidence aligns with anything normal. And nearly 65 years later, the shocking fate of the Dyatlov's doomed hiking group still remains shrouded in complete and total mystery. The truth of what actually terrified these 9 students into fleeing for their life from their safety of their tent into the frozen darkness will probably never be revealed. Now, keep in mind that while no definitive explanation has emerged, like I said, in recent years, there's been some key pieces of physical evidence that has completely refocused attention on the avalanche theory that was initially discounted. In fact, in 2019, an analysis of thousands of photos and drone footage actually found small traces of an undocumented Monsey settlement right near the campsite slopes. Now, this indicates the snow cover and terrain might have been more unstable than initially assumed. Now, in 2022, further geomechanical tests and computer modeling were actually conducted, indicating an avalanche could feasibly have occurred, sending a very unstable slab cascading down and, well, abolishing anything or anyone in its way. And of course, while not solving all the mysteries, this evidence does make a very compelling case that a small unexpected avalanche kind of just came through and just took everybody out, but it's hard to say for sure. The one thing that I want to ask is, how do you explain the radioactivity, strange lights, and missing tongue? Until more classified evidence is revealed, if that's ever going to happen, the full truth of Russia's most infamous unsolved mystery continues to remain just that, a mystery. So, is the Russian government potentially hiding evidence that could shed light on what really happens? Who knows? It's hard to say. But this next story is one that I did months ago that did not get the attention that I thought it should have been because it is a crazy story. I don't want to spoil it too much, and I think you guys are really going to enjoy it. In the 1960s, John, who was a timber foreman in Washington state, arrived home like any other Friday evening. He was then greeted immediately by his 4-year-old son, Timothy. Now that he was home from a long day of work, he would explain to his father that they had an unexpected visitor that day. Now, John was immediately off-put by what his son had told him because his son kept referring to this man as the cowman. Now, John simply thought his son Timothy was just confused and that he actually meant cowboy. And so he's asking his son, did you mean a cowboy? You know, like when they wear a big hat? And his son, who's 4 years old, just kept telling him, no, Daddy, he's the cowman because he's furry and he stinks like a cow. Now, John paused for a moment and just thought to himself, all right, my son's 4, he probably just saw a large black bear on the property. I mean, which isn't exactly uncommon because this is Washington state after all. And so he just kind of calmly gets up and, goes inside and doesn't think too much of it. And then he goes and starts conversing with his wife. And she tells him that she's unsure of what he meant by the cowman, but describes that something odd happened just a few hours ago. And so Timothy, I guess, had been playing on the porch all afternoon, and at some point or another, he begins yelling that the cowman was stuck on the fence. And, he's just going off, and, he runs inside and he's trying to explain to his mom, you gotta come see this. The cowman is stuck on the barbed wire fence. And now she thinks he's just being a 4-year-old boy and his imagination is running haywire. And so, she kind of blows him off at first, but he eventually convinces his mother to come outside. And so she steps outside and immediately she's struck by this really rancid odor. It was kind of like garbage and wet dog. And while his mom is struck by this odor, he just keeps on pointing and telling her, he got loose, he's over there. And as he's yelling and pointing to the opposite field, his mom kind of comes to after trying to discern where this odor is coming from and what is it. And she begins to follow Timothy's finger and where he's pointing. And she could see that the barbed wire is now swinging up and down just like it would have been if it had been released from very heavy pressure. However, there's no sign of this cowman. The only thing she could think of is that it just must have been a really large black bear. Now, obviously, the mom had no idea what it was that Timothy saw, but she figured, you know what, if there's a large black bear in the area, I'd better keep my boy inside. And so Timothy had to play inside for the remainder of the day. Now, as John and his wife were conversing and discussing the potential dangers of having a very large black bear on the property and what it could mean for the safety of their children, John's oldest son, who was 12 at the time, John Jr., had just got home from a friend's house, and he began telling his parents that on the way home, somebody was following him. And he explained to his dad that he never saw who it was, but that he could hear them because they were staying behind the trees and doing their best to try and conceal their presence from him. And so once John's son had reached the driveway, whoever this person was had stopped following him altogether. And he could tell that his son was pretty shaken up about this because they live in a very rural area. And so for someone to come out here and hide away on their property, I mean, it could really only mean a small handful of things, all of which are very bad. Now, John realizes that he needs to now go scout the property and go take care of business because if there is an intruder, he's obviously not going to let them hurt his family. So he goes out, he loads up his .357, and now he's beginning to scour the property line, and he's looking around for any signs of anybody camping out here or anything like that. And after scouring the area for a while, he doesn't really find much, but actually comes across a really strange discovery. The strange tangle of stringy, long, reddish-brown hair that was actually wrapped around the barbed wire. It was the same barbed wire fence that Timothy had pointed out earlier. Now, what was even stranger was just how stinky and thick and jumbled this was. And in fact, it was so thick, he actually had to take out his buck knife to try and cut it off the barbed wire. Now, as he's looking at this clump of hair, he could see there's actually what appears to be a little bit of flesh attached to it, and now he's completely unsure of what to make of it. It's very strange, but in his mind, he's thinking, you know what? I'm right. There's a very large black bear around here. I need to stay very vigilant. Now, immediately, he looks below him and he's looking for any signs that this bear was around or any tracks, but again, he can't find anything. So, doing the best he can, he just heads back to the house and he shows his family this strange clump of hair that doesn't exactly look like the kind of hair that belongs from a black bear. The color's not right. It smells different. But again, there's really not much he can do about it other than just kind of write it off. So he just tells his kids, listen, just keep your eyes open. Let me know if anything else strange happens and I'll be right at your side. Well, the evening went along without any issues until around 8 or so p.m. And John had decided that he was going to go patrol his property again and decided that this time he would bring his 12-year-old son along with him. And so he's out there and he's armed and he's there with his son and they're kind of just walking along the perimeter when they both run into this wall of stench. And it's exactly like his wife had described. And as soon as they hit this wall of odor, both John and his older son realize they're being watched. And now John, going into dad mode, is thinking that they're in danger, his son's in danger, and that something bad is about to happen. And so he's starting to really become convinced that there's not a black bear here, but there's actually somebody camping out on this property and they're looking for the right moment to break in and harm his family. Because it was summertime in July, the sun wasn't completely down yet. And so John realized that he really wanted to have daylight on his side if he was to try and face this person head on. And so he turns to his son and explains that they really should get back inside because it's getting dark. Now, John's son is getting pretty freaked out by this, and so they start heading back in the direction of the house. And at this point, they're roughly about halfway back to the house when both John and his son notice that whoever this person is out there that's camping out on their property is now following them in the foliage off to their left. And John notices a few things that are very wrong with his initial assumptions. The first is that this person sounds much larger than any person he's ever heard. The footfalls alone are extremely heavy. In addition to that, he can only assume their intention was physical harm, considering how much effort this person made to remain concealed. Every couple of steps, this person would follow, and every time they would stop, it would stop. It's almost like an episode of Scooby-Doo. And so John turns to his son and says, listen, on the count of 3, I need you to run like hell. And so he counts 1, 2, 3. But John had a plan in place. And as soon as he said 3, he pushes his son for him to start, and now his son is taking off running through the clearing back in the direction of the house. And instead of John running with him, he whips around with his gun to face the foliage on his left, gun drawn and ready for the worst. And as soon as he does this, he can hear the footfalls heading deeper into the woods away from him. And so at this point, John is going to pursue this person and make them pay dearly for already inflicting this kind of torment on his family. Now, he's going to go in there, he's going to march, and he's going to find out exactly who this is and why they're doing this. But there's a problem. Pursuing this person is going to be tough. The underbrush where he's going into is extremely thick, a lot of dense foliage, and he won't be able to move around quickly. And so John just decides to go in after this vagrant, and after only making it a few yards from where he originally entered, he actually starts to see movement by a large tree that's directly ahead of him. Now, thinking he just has the perfect checkmate aha moment, he stops, aims his weapon at the tree, and begins to shout at this vagrant to come out now, or I swear to God, I'll come back there and shoot you. Now, the only response he got was just silence, and it made the moment far more tense. And so John began to move closer when something out of the corner of his eye caught his attention. Now, on the defensive, he whirls around and he saw this large shape bearing down on him, and it was incredibly fast, moving on all fours, flying past him about 15 feet away. And so John's thinking, great, this isn't a vagrant. My wife was right that this is a very large black bear. But that thought would soon change. This huge hairy animal stops right behind a small alder tree, and what John saw next shook him to his core, and then it made him realize that he was dealing with something that was far beyond what he ever imagined being just a bear. And so he kind of quickly snaps out of his shock, and as he realizes this large animal is now heading in the direction of his own house, he quickly kind of comes back to and runs back out of the foliage into the field or the clearing and hopes that he can actually intercept this animal before it ever makes it there in time. And the entire time this is happening, he could just hear this huge animal barreling down into the woods, just knocking over trees and foliage and just stomping around and making a ruckus. It was now noisier than ever. And as John broke out of the tree line into the clearing, he saw that his son, John Jr., had not left, but was actually there waiting for him. And so he's yelling at his son, "What are you doing? Why didn't you go back to the house?" And his son is just telling him that, "Dad, I was worried about you." And he's saying, "You need to get back to the house now. We're dealing with a large animal that we don't know what it is." And his son is really confused by this. And all of a sudden, this large animal burst through to their left, no more than 50 feet away on their left-hand side, clears a fence, and John's son begins to run, but has a horrifying realization that his son and this animal are about to collide head-on. And bam! This thing smacks into John's son, sending him flying 10 feet in the air, landing on the ground, the wind knocked out of him, he's freaked out. This large bear begins just fleeing back into the other side of the woods as John tries to take aim at this thing and tries to fire. Now, fortunately for John, he does land a few shots on this bear, but it didn't seem to have any effect as it fled off into the woods. Now, as soon as it vanished into the tree line, John runs over to his son and makes sure that his son isn't hurt. Now, obviously, he's pretty shaken up. His son, just from the experience and getting knocked 10 feet in the air, and realized that the bear on the property is going to be a lot more of a nuisance than they had ever originally planned. And so John just holds up his son, kind of gets him back to his feet, drags him back to the house. And obviously at this point, his wife and his youngest son, Timothy, are both completely shocked by everything that's happened now. And so John's wife is screaming at him. She's making demands to know what was happening and why there was screaming. Why was there gunshots? What is going on? Now, she's convinced that John and John Jr. were being attacked by a group of men or maybe a wild animal. They don't know. So John, doing his best to try and just, ease the situation, he just began to tell his wife that there's a very large bear outside and that he had everything under control and, it was fine. But as a safety precaution, he went and told her to go lock all the doors and windows, and then he goes and grabs the phone, calls the sheriff, and then immediately hangs up. Now, you can only imagine at this point how John and his wife felt about letting their two sons outside after knowing this large bear was lurking around. And so as the night progressed further, it got to about 10 p.m. and John and his wife began hearing this strange sound coming from outside that they could not identify. Now, John was already pretty familiar with a lot of the flora and fauna and just general wildlife noises in the area, but what he was hearing just didn't make sense. It was this loud, almost sorrowful kind of wailing that was similar to that of a siren of a fire truck. It just had this animalistic quality to it that he couldn't accurately pinpoint, but he made a disturbing observation about the noise and that it was coming from across the field by their home, and then it ended in a series of whooping noises. Now, John's wife was completely terrified by the sound, and her eyes are wide and she's freaking out and she's asking her husband, "What the hell is that?" And this, my friends, is when John decides to spill the beans. He turns to his wife and with the most serious, stern expression tells her that this is the cowman that Timothy was talking about. He told her what he saw in the woods earlier that evening out at that alder tree and explained to her that this clearly was anything but a bear and that it was over 7 feet tall and it was enormous and that it was still too dark because they were in the foliage to really make out all the specifics and every feature and detail. He was able to see that this thing had deep red glowing eyes and could see these kind of dark teeth and swore that the lips were curling back. and whatever it was able to alternate between 2 and 4 legs before quickly lurching over and pushing back on a tree with so much force that when it let go, it snapped, crashed into the trees around it. And after hearing this, his wife was obviously terrified. I mean, they realized that the cowman is not only real, but it's something that could be potentially far more dangerous than any black bear. All the more reason why he hung up on the sheriff's department immediately, and they were unsure of what to do or how to proceed with anything. Now, as the night continued to progress, the strange siren noises would continue on and off, and finally, at about 1 in the morning, John, who had been working hard all day, was just completely exhausted. And at this point, the man could barely keep his eyes open, and so he just completely crashes out. Now, the next morning comes, and it's like nothing ever happened. Everything seemed completely fine, and so John and his wife were beginning to think that whatever this animal was probably just passing through the area and that everything would be okay. But it wasn't until a little later in the morning when John made a terrifying discovery about the previous night. During a commercial break in their Saturday morning cartoons, both the boys began telling their father that a large bear had been rubbing up against the house during the nighttime. As John Jr. began explaining to his father the strange sounds he was hearing that night were actually coming right outside the house, John began to realize that things were about to get far worse for him and his family. And Timothy then would speak up and would say to both his parents, you know, the cowman, he talks funny. And of course, John just froze mid-thought, and he looked over at his son Timothy and began asking him, when did you talk to the cowman? And, you know, Timothy, being 4 and not even realizing the danger of the situation, just calmly told his dad, oh, you know, last night in my room. And now John is thinking that this thing is in my son's room, and he keeps pressing for more information, and he asks his son, was it in your room? And his son is just pretty much like, Dad, no, he's too big for my room. He was talking to me outside my window. And he just kept telling his dad, yeah, he talks funny. And he explained to his dad that the cowman kind of talked, you know, like this, ooh, ha, ha, ooh, ooh. And it kind of sounded like, you know, monkey-like chatter of some kind. Now, for all of you out there watching this, and if you have any kids of your own, you could probably imagine John's level of anxiety at this point, thinking that your precious child is about to get snatched. And so he keeps pressing for more answers as to what this cowman was doing outside his son's window. And he keeps asking Timothy questions like, you know, did he try to get inside the window? What was he doing? And at this time, you know, Timothy was glued to the TV because the commercials had ended. And, you know, he just kept smiling and told his dad that, oh, you know, Dad, he's too big. And, you know, he kept making a very interesting comment about his facial expressions and his teeth. And he explained to his father that the cowman had what he would describe as Lincoln long teeth, and that he was making funny faces through the window. Now, at this point, John is literally overcome with fear, anxiety, nausea, just about every negative emotion you could possibly muster. And as a father, he's trying to think in his mind, how is he going to keep his family safe? He doesn't know what to do. So after doing a safety check and looking outside the house and just trying to check all the windows and doorways, and so he made the decision that he was going to go ahead and send his wife and children away to their uncle's, who was located out in Elma, just for the day, because he had work to do. He had to ensure that their house was fully operational and that it was safe, and he wasn't going to stop till it was done. And so after sending his wife and kids on their way, feeling a little bit relieved that now they're not in danger anymore, he decided to go ahead and call a close friend of his who would hopefully help him out in the situation. And so John decided to pick up the phone and call his friend Patrick, who at the time was actually one of the men that was currently under his supervision at their timber operation. And he would trust Patrick because he had proved to be a very good, hardworking man and was also a former state patrolman. And so after calling Patrick up and telling him, hey, can you kind of come by my house and stop by? I really need help with something that I really can't tell you about till you get here. And so Patrick, not really knowing what that is, decided to stop by, and he knocks at the door. John opens up and asks him, are you ready for some hunting? And this is when John sat Patrick down and explained to him the entire series of events that had happened up until this very point. Now, Patrick was very confused, but obviously understanding just how serious and honest his boss, John, was. And he knew that he was morally obligated to help him do something about this and protect his family. So he goes out to his car, fetches his .38 for safety, and comes back to the house. Now, John then offered him a shotgun, takes his pistol, and a bolt-action .30-06, and they began tracing the entire exterior of the home. Now, this is where both of the men would make another terrifying discovery, as if this entire episode so far hasn't been anything but that. Now, they find a large footprint in the mud right near the rear of the home, and it was clearly the largest footprint John and Patrick had ever seen. Its dimensions alone left both men completely awestruck. It was at least 18 inches in length, and next to it were 4 lines in the mud that clearly resembled finger marks, and these went on for probably about 8 inches. It looked like something had dragged 4 of its fingers in the mud. But it gets worse. They go outside to where Timothy's window is, and they're examining around the area, and John realizes that whatever this animal was didn't just pay his son Timothy a visit. No. It had actually bedded down in the grass outside his window as if it was waiting for the best opportune time to plot against Timothy in some way, maybe grab him. On the top of the window frame were streaks of mud and dirty fingerprints, and there also appeared to be quite a bit on the glass as well. And at this point, Patrick was really kind of having this, oh crap kind of moment, because he's realizing, oh my gosh, John's right. Now, I can only imagine the hesitation that he was dealing with in that moment, because he's realizing this isn't a bear that we're dealing with here. I don't know what it is, but it's not a bear. And now their next step was to actually go and investigate into the surrounding forest. But before doing that, John instructed Patrick that they actually first needed to go and take a visit to the pigs, because John still had to feed them. Now, to understand the layout a little bit better, their pigsty was actually located 100 yards away toward the back end of their property, which was right behind an old barn. And so John and his family owned pigs, and these 2 pigs could often be heard shuffling around and grunting and squealing, even more so when they knew it was time to eat. And so John and Patrick, they would make their way over there in conversation about what was happening and what this was and what they were going to do. And John thought it was extremely strange that as they were getting closer, they didn't hear any noise at all. As they were coming around the corner to the pigsty, they realized it was completely empty. Now, John, who's already very nervous at this point, can't fathom how these 2 40-pound pigs had escaped their pen. They both immediately go around, they're scouring the area, they're looking around and inside the barn, and there's no trace of them anywhere. Someone or something had to have clearly taken them. This made John very angry, because now not only was his family being threatened, but he was being robbed of his way of life and potentially a food source. And as him and Patrick began to march into the woods, the same area where he had his experience the night before, he was actually able to show Patrick in broad daylight where it happened and what happened. And because the lighting was a lot better, Patrick could clearly see the depressions that were left in the floor of the forest that showed something really large had been tromping around. And so both men would continue to kind of just scour around the area, but they didn't find or see any signs of anything. They didn't hear anything. They pretty much just turned up empty-handed. Now, at this point, John was feeling pretty defeated, because he's really banking on capturing or killing this animal, but he had no idea where it had gone. And so after a while, both men got pretty hungry and decided it was time to go back to the house to get some lunch. Now, the rest of the day after that proved pretty uneventful. Both of them scouring the property after lunch, but like before it, there's nothing, no sign of it anywhere. And so around the evening time, his family comes back home from being at his uncle's place, and John is completely defeated at this point by the lack of progress for the day, and just tells his wife they tried, but they couldn't find anything. But John wasn't ready to give up yet. His plan was to sit on the porch all night, waiting for this animal to show itself because he just knew it would. I mean, it was only a matter of time at this point. And so Patrick decided to say his goodbyes to John and got in the car and headed back home. And it was here that they had to make the proper accommodations for John to move forward with his plan. They all brought their bed as far away from the window as possible, and John declared to his family that everybody would sleep together in the master bedroom on this bed tonight. He entrusted his wife with a shotgun and gave her explicit instructions to open fire on anything that would move. However, she was to specifically ask for a name before firing, so that way she would know if it was the cowman or her husband. And so, as the evening grew later and later, John and his wife would tuck their kids into bed, and John would go and sit out on the front porch fully armed and ready for action. And you can only imagine how nerve-wracking this would be, right? You're already tense from the day. You know something's going on and you're just waiting. You're waiting and you're waiting. Well, the hours began to tick by and the clock just began to go and go and go. And the moon would rise pretty high in the sky because it was pretty full this night. And so the forest was actually not quiet at all this evening. I mean, John could hear the frogs in the distance and the crickets, and the woods around his property were very much alive. And John found himself getting pretty wound up more than he already was because he's already in a very paranoid state, and he's trying to just, look for any signs in the darkness of movement or anything out of the ordinary. And so every tiny little movement or a shadow really just kind of gave him those extra little bits of anxiety. And at one point or another, he just can't handle it. So he begins to light a cigarette, just trying to calm his nerves down. And, he's standing up, he's walking around the porch, and he's just smoking, kind of lost in thought. And he just happens to face the direction of the barn. And he's just kind of like losing himself in his own thoughts. And as he's sitting there holding a cigarette, just puffing and the smoke's kind of coming out in front of him, he begins to look over in the direction of the barn. And the more he looks at the barn, he realizes that something is off, that the front door was left wide open. And because of where the moon was in the sky, it was actually spilling light partly inside of it. No, this wasn't right. And so he kind of snaps back into reality for a moment and out of this trance and realizes that something's out of place here. And it's not so much just what he had seen, but now he notices that all the sounds around him of the night had gone quiet. It was then that he swore he saw movement in the barn. And then John immediately sees something that would stand out to him. He sees these two little red glowing orbs coming from the entryway of the barn, and he could see them kind of like blinking in and out, and that they were hovering roughly 8 or so feet off the ground because whoever or whatever it belonged to was looking in his direction and blinking, he believes. And so after a short amount of time, these blinking eyes just eventually went out completely. And as you can imagine, John is pretty spooked by this. His anxiety and adrenaline is very high, but he wasn't about to let this animal overtake his property. So he goes and he grabs his flashlight and he marches over there, and he's kind of fumbling around with the flashlight in the moment, just trying to shine it out in the opening. Unfortunately, the beam of the light was too weak for it to really ever reveal anything in the barn. And so John just accepted that the only thing left to do was to actually go into the barn despite being completely terrified. And so John steps in the barn and he's looking around, looking for anything out of place, and he doesn't notice anything out of the ordinary. He checked near some of the old supply crates and buckets, and even by his old tractor and his pickup truck, and then he decides to set his flashlight down on a barrel, and with his rifle, kind of just begins to sweep around the barn interior from left to right. And he's convinced that at any moment the cowman would come charging out of the hay and attack him and grab him. And as tense as these moments were, they resulted in nothing. And John could not find anything that would stick out to him, and he became convinced that the barn was empty. And so John actually got ready to leave when he made a realization. He forgot to check the one spot, the hayloft. And now anxiety began to wash over him again, thinking that this is where the thing's probably hiding, and that it's waiting for him to get to the top so it can just reach out and grab him, and he would never be seen again. And so he just takes a deep breath, and so he just mounts the stairs and he works his way up, and it's creaking and making all sorts of noise, and he gets to the top, and something completely terrifying happens. This high, shrieking shrill just blasts through the night air that actually takes John completely off guard. But the problem is that the shrill does not come from the hayloft. It didn't even come from the barn. It did not even come from the cowman himself. The sound came from his wife back at his house. Panic immediately sets in. John quickly turns around, tumbles his way down the ladder and down back to the barn, and begins running back to his house, screaming his wife's name. And as he's running the 100 or so yards up to his house, he just keeps hearing more and more screaming. And as he's getting closer, he starts to hear shattering glass and shotgun blast. And at this point, he can only think that the worst is happening. And so he gets closer to his house, and now he starts to hear another voice that was definitely not his wife's. He was hearing these strange screams that were loud and long and angry and agonized, but they were very clearly not human, and they were moving away from the house. Now, John jumps up the porch, makes his way inside and into the bedroom where his entire family is cowering and crying, and his children and wife they were hysterical. They were traumatized. The window was completely shattered and broken. It looked as if something had tried to forcefully break in. John's wife is in complete state of fight or flight and shock, and so she aims the shotgun right at John, and he can see by the look in her eyes that she's not all there right now. And so he's waiting for her to open fire. He's got his hands up. He's like, honey, it's me. Put the gun down. And so after a second or so, she just screams and she just drops the gun and she just starts sobbing and crying. And so he runs over and rushes to his family, and he's anxiously trying to comfort them and figure out what happened and what's going on. And they're just hysterical. They're a mess. They're traumatized. And his youngest son, Timothy, is just screaming and sobbing at his mom, saying, Mommy, why did you shoot the cowman? Why? Now, John was eventually able to get everybody calmed down enough to lead them out into the living room. And then he quickly checked outside to make sure that the field was empty and there wasn't any trace of this cowman. And once he was sure it remained vacant for the time being, he made the decision. Enough was enough. You guys, all of us, we're going to get in the car and we're going to leave this property now before anyone else gets hurt. John realized that for him and his family to stick around any longer just meant bad news, and they were very unprepared. I mean, they're all in their pajamas. It's like past 10 at night. They're tired. They just want peace and quiet. They want to go to sleep. So they just kind of grabbed their essentials, which I imagine back in the 1960s probably wasn't a whole lot beyond just clothes. They hop in the car and they go to head back to Elma, to John's brother's house. Now, on the way to Elma, John was able to finally find out what happened while he was out on the porch and decided to scour the barn. At one point or another, his wife had awoken to the sound of Timothy standing right by the window having a conversation with somebody. This person who he was conversing with was making these strange clicking, chirping sounds outside. Even more disturbing was the lighting. You see, where the moon was in the sky while this was happening, Timothy should have been completely illuminated by the moon, but instead, he was obscured by this large shadow of something standing outside the window. And so in a whisper, she's begging Timothy to step away from the window. Get away! And him being 4 years old is just laughing and being giddy and, says, Mommy, listen, the cowman can make a sound like a bird. And she's getting even more freaked out, telling him, Timothy, get from the window. And as soon as she said those words, the noises outside the window changed and morphed from this kind of chirping into a strange, nonsensical language. Kind of like a gibberish sound or samurai chattering. During this time, her older son, John Jr., wakes up and, he's kind of rubbing his eyes and like, what's going on? What's that noise? And as this happens, whatever was outside the window now turns its attention to John Jr. because it heard him ask that question and begins pounding on the house with its fist, causing the entire house to now shake violently. And so now John's wife and John Jr. are screaming. And somehow Timothy's trying to tell them, quiet guys, you're going to scare him away. How he was not afraid, I have no idea. And so immediately, John's wife goes into mommy mode, grabs the shotgun, and abandons any attempts to try and remain quiet at this point, and demands that Timothy go back to bed now. And so she rushes toward the window, only to see this massive, dark, hairy form that actually has to lean down to peer into the window to look at them. And as she begins to aim right at this thing, she has to hesitate because she realizes if she were to take a shot now, it would hit her son. And so she reaches forward to try and grab her son, only to notice something even more horrifying. That the being, animal, whatever it is outside the window was attempting to do the same thing. Bam! A large hairy hand bursts through the glass in an attempt to grab the boy, and so she smacks Timothy out of the way, and out of reaction, bam! She fires a shot, and it shoots directly above Timothy's head, completely destroys any remainder of the window, and well, she must have landed a direct hit because she hears the most horrific screaming that sounds agonized and inhuman, and it starts running away, and it's retreating back into the forest, and it's howling all the way across the field. And this is right where John enters the home. And as John learned these horrific details from his wife, as she traumatically recounted them to him, he's realizing, oh my God, it may have been at the barn at one point, but it didn't stay there. The whole point in having him go out there was to get to his family. This was an elaborate ruse set on by the cowman to get to them. Now, eventually, the family would reach Elma, where they would stay until the following evening. And even though John's brother didn't believe a word of their story, he was more than happy to accommodate them in their time of need on the weekend. However, he could see that they were clearly traumatized and shaken up by something, so he actually offered his brother to come back with him and accompany him early Monday morning. And so the weekend comes and goes, and Monday morning rolls around where John and his brother get back to the property, and it's worse than you could ever imagine. The house was devastated. It was completely destroyed. It looked like a tornado had gone through it. They walked into the house and saw that the couch was flipped upside down. Their large 200-pound console TV was picked up and thrown across the room, laying in a spray of broken glass. And the kitchen was completely destroyed, with the refrigerator knocked over, food everywhere. It was a disaster. The master bedroom wasn't spared either. Pillows were torn up, feathers everywhere, the mirror smashed. Everything that could be destroyed was destroyed. But the doors to both of his son's rooms and the bathroom were left closed and unharmed. Now, I don't even know if there's a word or expression to possibly describe the emotions John must have been feeling in this moment. To go through the traumatic events of seeing his family suffer like they did, and now to come back to see their only livelihood now in shambles, there probably really wouldn't be much words to say, honestly. John's brother, who's now very disturbed by seeing all of this, he's telling his brother, you need to call the police now. And all John could really do was just kind of like mockingly respond to him and say, what? Tell him a monster destroyed my house? Yeah, that's going to go over well. I mean, John's kind of right. And so after looking over everything to see if there's really anything untouched, John and his brother drove to the timber mill located in Aberdeen, where John worked as the foreman. Now, as soon as John makes it onto the job site, he's several hours late, mind you, John's boss, who ran the entire operation, immediately acknowledged that there was something very off with John. John was a very trustworthy, no-nonsense kind of man, extremely hard worker. I mean, there is a reason that his boss entrusted him to be the foreman. And so it was very unlike him and out of his character to show up several hours later, sleep-deprived, unprepared for the day, and clearly traumatized after the weekend's events. And so John's boss thought very highly of him. And so instead of doing what a lot of normal bosses would do and pull you to the side and just, he actually pulls John into his office, sits him down, and starts asking him what happened. What's going on with you, John? And so John just starts telling him exactly what happened. And I want to say right here that the leniency that John's boss was affording him was pretty much unheard of unless they had some sort of close relationship. John's boss ran several large, successful timber operations, and he had entrusted John with great responsibility to not only manage the employees, but also the equipment. This was a very large salvage operation that was going to supply his roofing product mill in Aberdeen. And so he wouldn't just stick anybody there as the foreman. John was someone who he greatly trusted. And so in John's boss's office, he begins to explain to his boss that something's destroyed their house this weekend. Now, at first, his boss thought he said someone and not something. And so he's asking, do you know who it was? Have you called the police? Like, what's going on? And all John could say was, you don't understand. This wasn't a person. He didn't know who or what it was, but it completely trashed the house. And he would begin to tell him more details about the horrific weekend he had, and that it resulted in the family going to stay with his brother and Elma for a little while until they can try and figure out their life from here. And so after John had finished telling his boss everything that had happened, he expressed to him that, hey, my brother's still out in the car waiting for me. We got to go get to Elma. I'm clearly in no condition to work at the moment. And so his boss actually wanted to go and see the damage for himself. I mean, his boss was kind of thinking that maybe the foreman he hired now had completely lost it. There had to have been some sort of sense of rationality here somewhere, right? And so the two men get up, they go back to John's brother's car, and they drive back to his house so that way his boss can see the complete carnage that had taken place. And they would look inside the house as well as outside and survey everything. John's boss got a chance to see firsthand the footprints and the fingerprints and the mud they had discovered on Saturday. And obviously his boss was completely taken aback by the sheer volume of destruction. I mean, entering the house alone, he saw the carnage firsthand, and it was here that he would make an additional discovery. Up on the ceiling were these large cracks that would imply that something had actually tried to stand up in the house, only for it to hit its head with incredible force. Now, it was clear that at this point, the house was damaged beyond repair. And even if there was any hope in repair, I mean, there's no way an insurance company would pay for this. We all know insurance companies have been scumbags about paying for stuff or trying to get out of paying for things. They wouldn't help this poor man out. Absolutely not. And even if they would have, at this point, his family is so traumatized, there's no way that they would continue to stay here. And so John's boss wasn't sure what to make of John's story, but clearly something out of the ordinary had taken place that had now resulted in his family's homelessness. The only thing that John's boss could conclude is that he believed John was firmly telling the truth. The damage that had been done to the home would have been impossible to have been done by a human being. Not to mention just how shaken up and traumatized John was from the events. If this was some sort of elaborate hoax or outlandish tale in an attempt to seek fame and fortune, John made no efforts at all to capitalize on it. He wanted nothing more to do with the property, and he told his boss he wanted to stay far away from it as absolutely possible for the rest of his life. And because John's boss thought so highly of him, he actually really wanted to help out the family, and so he extended the invitation to put his family up in a house that he owned in Aberdeen, and he would even loan them money so that way they could actually replace some of the belongings they had. Now, as time would go on, because remember, this was the 1960s, the pre-internet era, John's boss would eventually lose contact with John. And so as the years would go by, John's boss would go on to have a son, Shannon. Now, Shannon actually grew up working in his father's timber business, which, by the way, was very successful all up and down the coast of the Pacific Northwest. And it was during the 1960s and later on that Mr. Baker, John's boss, owned several shake and shingle mills and even held a dozen different patents to streamline the process. I mean, this was a very successful businessman. However, Mr. Baker withheld John's story for all these years until his son Shannon would eventually press him enough and out of desperation beg his dad to tell the story, and well, he would eventually tell Shannon the story. And so the only reason we even know about this story that I've shared with you all is because Shannon D. Baker is the one who shared this online with all of us. Now, as far as the strange being that terrorized John's family, destroyed his property, and tried to pull his son out the window, well, that remains a mystery. Okay, so here's a little production flub about that episode. So at some point during the middle, there's that loud roar that completely overtakes all the audio. That was a complete and total mistake on my part that I somehow missed. I think what had happened was I was messing with the audio levels and I must have accidentally turned up that sound effect really loud by mistake. And I didn't realize it when I exported the video. Well, now it kind of just stands on its own as a really crappy blooper, really. Now, this next segment leads us into a story on the other side of Washington state that happened many years ago, featuring a young boy who had a very bizarre UFO encounter. Now, this UFO encounter was so prolific at the time, and well, I'll just let you guys watch the video. On January 19th, 1977, a 9-year-old Jose Cantu awoke for school that morning at 6:30 like any other day of the week. He gets up, he's getting himself ready for school, and instead of waking his mom up to make him breakfast, he just figures he will go make his own food. So he goes downstairs and starts making himself breakfast. And as he's pulling out all the things he needs to make his breakfast with, like ingredients and stuff, he notices that there's something out of place. And movement has caught his eye outside the window in his kitchen. And there appeared to be people in his yard, but they were smaller than normal. So he does what any 9-year-old would do, and he rushes upstairs to go wake his sleeping mother and tell her, hey, there's people outside in our yard, do something. And so he's shaking his mom, yelling at her, telling her what he's seen. And, she's exhausted. She had just had a very hard night with his infant sibling who was nursing. She was not ready to hear her son's nonsense. And, she completely blows him off and just, shoos him away, telling him it's probably nothing, and just flat out refuses to budge. Now, despite doing everything in his power to try and get his mom to get up and look, he gives up and just simply returns downstairs. And he thinks to himself, you know what? I'm just going to go out and investigate this whole thing myself. And so he goes downstairs, he steps out into the yard, and is completely frightened by what he sees. These are strange looking men, and he couldn't make sense of what was going on or what they were doing. And now his fight or flight mode completely kicks in, and he races to the closest thing he could possibly hide in, which happened to be this old broken down washing machine that sat right near the far side of a shed. Although I'm not exactly sure why he didn't just run back into the house. And so he's able to kind of peek out and watch and make a couple of observations. So not only are these bizarre looking men completely out of place, but they show little to no interest in Jose at all. In fact, they seem more preoccupied with scouting the area, which they do shortly, and then they vanish entirely. Once the coast was clear, Jose would use this as the opportunity to dash back into his house, run back up to his mother's room, and you can imagine how any 9-year-old would be reacting to this and screaming at their mom, hey mom, hey mom, hey mom. And he's really trying to make his point to her of what he had just saw. But this, of course, only makes her angrier because as he's telling her what he just witnessed in detail, she just swats him away and explains that he merely dreamt it, or that he's just making up tall tales about spacemen or whatever it is he claims to have saw. Now, to humor her son, she did eventually step out of the house momentarily, but didn't see anything out of place, and so she just figured her son must have been desperate for attention that morning and wrote the whole thing off entirely. Well, that day during school, Jose is still completely flabbergasted by what he saw. It was so out of the ordinary that he just had to tell people. And so he's telling his friends and any of the kids or staff who would hear what he had to say. Diane Gomez, his teacher at the time, happened to overhear what Jose was saying, and immediately she was taken aback by this because she had always known Jose to be a very honest, hardworking, straight to the point kind of kid. And normally, a child wouldn't be able to create a story like this one that was so rich and full of details like Jose was claiming. Basically, she believed him and took him very seriously. Something was wrong, and because this was such an extreme tale, she took it upon herself to go and visit his house during recess. Now, things began to get strange very quickly. Remember that Jose's mom didn't buy his story? But after his teacher shows up along with the aide and hears from them that they believe his story and want to look around, she soon begins to sing a different tune altogether. And so they're all out in the yard and Jose is pointing in the spots where he saw these strange men from earlier. And now, because the sun was positioned higher in the sky, because it's a little after 10 in the morning at this point, it gives much more light, and they can actually see the evidence and begin to realize that he did indeed see something. In the ground, they spot strange indentations in sets of 3, exactly as Jose described it earlier, along with circular indentations that were clearly visible in the gravel. Jose's mom began to realize that something really strange really did take place that morning. And after Jose's teacher and aide left back to school, she calls over her neighbor, who was Irene Sanchez, to come and have a look herself. Now, it was here when Irene and her brother had come over to scour the property that they would find even stranger evidence to support Jose's story. In the back of the property sat a large 10-foot wide circular depression on the ground. And even more strange is that it appeared as if the grass in the center had actually been manipulated somehow by a vortex of powerful wind. And so the 3 adults didn't know what to make of all the strange evidence they were now finding in the backside of the property, but with things aligning with what Jose had told them earlier, they were about to soon find out. Now, none of this made any sense at all. This sort of thing doesn't happen to normal people. And then Jose's father would arrive home from work, tired and exhausted because it was the evening now, and he had a very long day from work, and he too is summoned outside from all the commotion, and he is told the story and shown all the evidence from that day. And he too realizes that there's more going on here than meets the eye. Now, despite no one having a plausible explanation for any of this, the entire community of Hera begins to catch wind of this and eventually would capture the attention of Willard J. Vogel, who at the time was actually an officer of the Yakima Reservation. Normally, an officer from the res wouldn't take something like this seriously, but Vogel was huge into UFOs and strange unexplained sightings, and so this was right up his alley. And in fact, he had also dealt with cattle showing up mutilated in mysterious ways, so he did have experience in this sort of thing. The area in which they lived, the whole surrounding area of Yakima County, Toppenish up to Yakima and out towards west and east, is generally used for a lot of agriculture like apples and other fruits. There's also a lot of ranching, so this is a prime location for this sort of thing to happen. And once Vogel had heard Jose's story, he knew he had to find out more. So he goes to their property and he starts asking around and asking the parents about Jose, asking about his well-being, the property, all the usual stuff to try and dig and find out more. And Vogel decides to do some digging himself. And during that time, he would actually bring out David Akers, who was another UFO investigator and electrical engineer, who, along with Vogel, also observed the same circular depressions and other bizarre markings that Jose's mother, father, neighbors, and teachers had seen in the yard. And Vogel and David even used a Geiger counter, but it was revealed that there were no radiation anomalies on the property at that time. And so during all of this investigating, Vogel spent a considerable amount of time with Jose to really map out his story and what exactly he saw. In fact, he was even able to make a sketch based on what Jose saw. And Vogel even stated that during this time, right around the same time frame, there were a series of reports of strange, unexplained bright lights in and around this same area. So what could all of this mean? Here comes the twist. This is what Jose claimed he saw that morning in 1977. Firstly, the devices these things were sitting on were said to be like bar stools, except they had these strange wires and tubes attached and supported by a single leg, but all attached to a wide base. From there, these beings were able to rotate in any direction they wanted, and the bases contained what looked like countless small wheels. Nearby these beings were 2 large metallic objects, in which more pairs of these strange beings could be seen inside these crafts, sitting in what appeared to be vices. And the ramp that leapt towards the opening would extend outward and come apart in 2 pieces like a cross would. These were the crafts that would vanish in a cloud of steam instantly before Jose ran into the house in full panic. The beings Jose witnessed were described as being about 3 feet tall with green skin, bulbous torsos, and tiny little arms. Their heads were equally strange. They were round with coarse hair and pig-like snouts and strange appendages that kind of reminded him of long-stemmed mushrooms. And the most disturbing feature of all, one single eye right here, cyclopes. Now, you might be thinking, wait, what? Yes, cyclops, but cyclops is singular and the plural is cyclopes, or cyclopes. In short, Jose's story became known as the cycloptic aliens of Hera, and just days after this experience, the local newspaper would come out accompanied with a translator because all Jose knew how to speak at the time was Spanish. And Jose was able to articulate what he had seen, felt, and experienced to such a degree that the translator wasn't a skeptical any longer. He would say that Jose was an excellent witness and that he answered all of his questions clearly and respectfully. His story never once changing, he now believes Jose saw what he described to everyone that day in 1977. Now, clearly Jose saw something out of the ordinary that day, but if it was truly the cycloptic aliens of Hera, we'll never know. That's a pretty wild mystery, isn't it? And as a matter of fact, there are so many strange circumstances and mysteries surrounding our very own national parks and forests. And under the umbrella of mysteries is, of course, the entire missing person phenomena. Popularized by Mr. David Paulides in the last 10-15 years, awareness for this phenomena has grown tremendously, which is pretty good because it brings awareness to this issue. And this next segment is about a young man who went missing in Crater Lake National Park many years ago. Charles McCuller was a guy who liked being outside and taking photos, and he decided to go to Crater Lake National Park in Oregon because it's so pretty. He planned this trip from Eugene, Oregon, and wanted to stay there for 4 days, starting on January 29th, 1975, and arriving back on February 1st. But Charles never came back home. In October of 1976, 2 hikers from Texas discovered Charles's remains near a place called Bybee Creek while walking along the Pacific Crest Trail over a year and a half after his initial disappearance. A ranger who helped find him called him the melting man of Crater Lake. To understand it all, we need to go back to the beginning. In 1974, a 19-year-old named Charles Chuck Wood McCuller left his home in Alexandria, Virginia. Chuck was very into photography and hiking, and he had this plan to visit all the national parks in the United States to snap some amazing photos. He was very skilled in outdoor adventures and loved camping in his tent whenever possible. Chuck worked as an electronics and pricing technician for the last year and a half. His friends described him as a guy who steered clear of drugs and alcohol and was a very reliable individual. On January 8th, 1975, Chuck made sure to jot down his family's travel plans and phone numbers so they could stay in touch. In fact, he even called his parents 3 times during his trip. Twice from Yuma, Arizona on January 16th and the 22nd, and once from Eugene, Oregon on January 27th. While in Eugene, Oregon, Chuck crashed at his friend Dorothy Weir's place for 4 days. Now, he told Dorothy that he was simply planning to head to Crater Lake National Park on the weekend of January 29th, aiming to return on February 1st. He planned to catch a bus south to Roseburg and hitchhike to Crater Lake. Chuck wanted nothing more than to capture the stunning views of Crater Lake and the national park with his camera. Despite it being in the middle of winter with a lot of snow, Chuck was ready. He packed warm clothing, a sleeping bag to handle very low frigid temperatures, and a tarp for setting up shelter with lots of food. Over the previous 2 weeks, a massive snowstorm had dumped between 5 and 10 feet of fresh snow. Cross-country skiers at the time had mentioned that the snow was soft and powdery, that they were sinking up to their waist even with skis on. Now, Dorothy had instructions from Chuck that if he didn't return by February 1st, she should let the authorities know that he was missing. Well, it turns out it was smart to have a backup plan because Chuck didn't exactly return to Eugene, and Dorothy did exactly as she was told and contacted the authorities. Chuck's parents only found out their son was missing on February 10th. After hearing the news, Charles E. McCullough, Sr., Chuck's dad, pushed the search effort and investigation into what happened to his son. The National Park Service, Roseburg State Police, and Douglas County Sheriff's Department deputies came together all to look for Charles. They searched the roads from Roseburg into Crater Lake National Park without knowing where Charles might have gone after he entered the park. Their search focused on the northern section of the park, since it was believed Charles entered the area from that direction. They had teams on foot, some using skis or snowmobiles, and they even used airplanes and choppers to help. However, finding Charles was extremely difficult, especially because 7 feet of snow had fallen in the area during their search efforts, and we all know how tough it is to walk in snow. Charles was spotted at the Dry Creek store, which is located halfway between Roseburg and Crater Lake, at 7:30 in the morning on January 29th. In fact, there were some reports mentioning this sighting taking place at 6:30 p.m. instead. On January 30th, 1975, a logger said that he gave Chuck a ride to the entrance of Crater Lake Park. Now, according to the logger, the man he picked up was from Virginia and was going from Eugene to Crater Lake to take pictures. He was wearing a down-filled jacket and carrying a camera when he was dropped off at Stump Lake, which is 20 miles north of the lake. Now, there was about 2 to 3 feet of snow on the roadside that day, but the weather remained clear. The logger last saw him walking east. Now, 25 Cascade Rescue Emergency Search Team, otherwise known as CREST, members used 12 snowmobiles and 4 pickup trucks to search the area alongside the road for any signs of a built shelter. Fortunately, they didn't find anything. Investigators then thought Charles might have stayed at the Diamond Lake Resort north of the park. Now, when they visited the resort, the owner, John Koch, gave them a list of recent visitors. However, they couldn't find Charles's name on the list, and no one at the resort had seen him. During the summer of 1976, some odd sightings of Chuck were likely not true. A 16-year-old girl who was camping with her family in the Diamond Lake area on July 6th claimed that she met a man from Virginia with well-worn hiking boots. He said he was heading to Crater Lake and was carrying a camera. She noted he was of medium build, about 20 years old, and had a gap between his front teeth. However, she never saw his campsite, and no other family members saw him. Another story involved a woman who claimed she had picked up Charles and another person hitchhiking. Charles's father flew over the search area several times. He also camped all summer at Crater Lake searching on foot for his son, but never found a trace. His father suspected foul play might have been involved since none of Charles's belongings were found. Now, Charles's father talked to residents in the area, and according to him, no one had given his son a ride, but he thought a visitor might have picked him up. He also suspected the logger might have been involved in his son's disappearance. He criticized the authorities for not investigating the 80 guests who stayed at the Diamond Lake Resort to see if any had a criminal record. The state police disagreed, saying invading their privacy without evidence of their involvement would be simply inappropriate. He also wondered why the FBI had not joined in on the search. But usually, the FBI only gets involved in cases where there's clear evidence of a kidnapping. Over a year after Charles McCullough disappeared, 2 adventurous hikers from San Antonio, Texas, found themselves lost on October 13, 1976. Tom Gaines and Paul Taylor took the wrong turn while trying to tackle the Oregon Skyline Trail, which is part of the big Pacific Crest Trail, and this mistake led them into a rarely visited canyon in the Sphagnum Bog area of Crater Lake National Park, south of a path known as Fire Road 32. they stumbled upon something unexpected as they wandered, an old torn backpack partly covered in dirt near Bybee Creek. Curious, they decided to investigate. Inside a zippered pocket of the backpack, they found a set of keys. Now, to ensure they could find the spot again, they left an article of clothing as a marker. Then they quickly set off to share their discovery. The next day, October 14th, 1976, they reported their find to the park rangers and handed over the key from the backpack to a technician named Chris Olson at the park headquarters. The key appeared to be a Volkswagen similar to the key belonging to Charles McCullers' Volkswagen back in Virginia. The key was compared with a copy from Charles McCullers' file, and it matched. Convinced they were on the brink of solving the disappearance on October 17th, researchers Dave Lang and Marion Lee Jack geared up for a search. Both men rode out on horseback around 8:30 in the morning, aiming to explore the area that the hikers had marked on their map. Marion Lee Jack was not new to Crater Lake National Park. He had been a seasonal ranger there since June of 1962. Before joining the Park Service, he was a science teacher. At the time, he was 42, with over 2 decades of experience providing the park's horse patrol service. He had set a record for 24 continuous summers as a seasonal ranger. His experience and park knowledge made him highly qualified for the search in question. On the morning of October 17th, Dave Lang and Marion Jack stumbled upon some really old torn-up clothing on a log where Bybee Creek and North Fork intersect. This spot was way off the beaten path, 4¼ miles west of Crater Lake and 3 miles from the closest road. People assumed the clothes might belong to Gaines and Taylor, who had left them there. Nearby, they found part of a lower leg bone chilling about 3 feet from the creek. Lang and Jack didn't stop there. They kept looking around. In fact, just 15 feet upstream and a bit up the slope, they found a human jawbone poking out of a muddy spot. They kept going up and discovered a human skull and a bone, maybe another leg bone, lying on a flat, wet spot right at the bottom of a super steep hill covered in slippery pine needles. This place was like an obstacle course with fallen trees and a bunch of standing timber everywhere. By noon, Jack got on the radio to park headquarters to tell them what they had found. Ranger Wadlington told them to take pictures and draw the area where they found the remains. At 2 p.m., park technician Marilyn Raymond showed up with the right gear to ensure they could safely get the remains out of the Bybee Creek area. They got everything bagged and noted down by 5 p.m., and then Raymond, Lang, and Jack took off by 7:45 p.m. Even though they didn't find a camera, the stuff they found matched what McCuller had. The next day, the Rangers told Charles's dad that they found his son, and he flew to Oregon immediately to bring him home. On October 19th, 2 more search teams were dispatched to closely examine the location where McCuller was discovered. They found bits of clothing, human hair, bones, and what looked to be old fat stuck in the creek's bank. They even found an open can of fruit cocktail, a lid from a can of Vienna sausage, and an empty M&M packet. Charles's dad said that these were his son's go-to snacks and clothing for camping trips. It seemed like Charles was indeed at Bybee Creek, surviving in deep snow, which would have buried everything around there. However, they couldn't find his pack, camera, jacket, knives, or boots. There seemed to be no simple way he could have gotten to the creek during the winter, so they had no luck retracing his steps for the missing stuff. George R. Nicholson, a pathologist from Klamath County, later confirmed the remains were indeed Charles's. He also mentioned no sign of harm or any sketchy circumstances from looking at the skull and bones. Charles E. McCuller's father actually wrote a letter to the FBI describing the clothing found at the scene where his son's remains were discovered. He found it strange that the clothing was still in good shape, except for some tiny holes resembling those made maybe by mice or other small animals. He mentioned that the sleeping bag, which had no rips and was partially in the creek, had its zipper down. The There was also a foam rubber sleeping pad neatly rolled up and tied. They found no money when they examined what remained of Charles's jeans, despite the presence of 2 closely zipped up zippers. Even though no metal things were found at the scene, bits of red fabric, red buttons, and scraps of underwear were scattered everywhere. Charles's father also pointed out a bunch of stuff that Charles had with him that wasn't found at the scene, like a metal mess kit, 2 knives, an aluminum pack rack, a camera with a leather strap, lots of film canisters, a red sleeping bag cover, a sheet of black plastic, and they found none of Charles's outerwear, like his jacket, ski cap, boots, wallet, and traveler's check folder. He also found it odd that empty food containers were left behind because Charles always left no trace and would have packed the trash. Charles's father didn't think his son would have accidentally fallen into the creek, since if Charles got wet, he would have changed into dry clothing from his pack. He also noted no signs of an animal attack, since a leather belt remained intact in the pack. His body was found just inches from the creek, wearing only his underwear, 2 pairs of jeans, and a red shirt, maybe socks but no boots. Everything was taken out of Charles's pockets before his body ended up near the creek. Now, the FBI responded to this letter, stating that cases where someone goes missing and the remains are not found until almost 2 years later always leave unanswerable questions. Now, they agreed that the questions were valid but mentioned no evidence of foul play present. They suggested that people suffering from hypothermia might do things that don't make sense to others, which could explain some of the odd things about the location, missing items, and clothing in the pack. Now, they also said it would be weird for someone who kidnapped Charles to take him to such a remote area, since they'd have to get out as well. Then, Charles's father mentioned he talked to the Crater Lake Chief Ranger, who thought it would have been impossible for Charles to have entered the lake through the north entrance and ended up where he was found without snowshoes or any skis present. They didn't fully consider how he could have come from the south because it was further away. Even then, it would have been very hard with all the snow. He also talked to one of the hikers who found Charles's remains, who said that when they found the backpack, there was some clothing like socks, a shirt, jeans, and a key ring close to the backpack. The clothes were inside the pack, which was open with broken straps. 2 cans of chili were found under the pack, but the team investigating didn't see them. Now, when it came to the FBI's idea about paradoxical undressing, where a hypothermic person undresses because they feel too hot even though they're freezing, Charles's dad didn't think it made sense. He thought someone that cold wouldn't be able to walk or carry much. Charles E. McCuller and an employee from Crater Lake National Park decided to check out where Charles's son's remains had been found. And so they drove to the end of the road near Bybee Creek and hiked about 3 miles up the creek bed on the ridge's south side. When they were coming back, they chose the trail on the ridge's north side. McCuller believed that sufficient winter snowfall could have allowed someone to use a snowmobile to transport the body and other items to the location where his son's remains were found. The north slope by the creek is pretty steep and lacks trees. Additionally, the slope is divided into 2 levels. When there's snow, anything sliding from the top could cross over the creek because the lower part resembles a ski slope. The body was found near the creek, and the sleeping bag was partially in the water, possibly due to anything sliding from the top when there was snow. The impact likely broke the backpack straps, resulting in only a few items from the backpack ever being found on the ground. Now, McCuller thought that someone must have attacked his son at night while he was getting ready to sleep. After killing him, the attacker took things like his boots and camera, and then this person probably cleaned up the campsite a bit, taking stuff like the sleeping bag. They might have used a snowmobile to take Charles's body to a remote spot and dump it. There, they could have thrown it over the ridge towards the creek. David Paulides, a former police officer turned investigator and writer, in fact, his books and movies all center around documenting cases of people mysteriously vanishing in national parks and other various locations, suggesting these disappearances are not just ordinary, but rather unusual and perplexing. Although his theories have stirred up much controversy, Paulides continues to share his findings. In fact, in a very notable instance, Paulides shares a different perspective on the situation via an interview with Ranger Marion Jack, highlighted in the 2012 book Missing 411 Western United States and Canada. Now, Ranger Marion Jack discusses this strange case of Chuck McCullough, whose remains were discovered near Bybee Creek under bizarre circumstances. Now, according to Jack, the scene looked like Chuck McCullough had somehow melted into his pants. The strange details included an empty pair of pants on a log, with the foot bones still inside and 2 pairs of socks underneath. Now, notably, the ends of a fibula or tibia were visible, sticking up from the pants with evidence of blood, along with deteriorated underwear elastic. Now, despite the pants remaining largely intact, key items such as McCullough's boots, his shirt coat, and camera equipment were missing, along with any money he might have had on him or his pack. In a 2013 forum post on Above Top Secret, Paulides expressed his views concerning the National Park Service and its handling of such cases. He mentioned that higher officials then suppressed the efforts of commendable officers within the NPS to uncover the truth, citing the disappearance of Charles McCullough at Crater Lake National Park as a perfect prime example. Paulides shared that, according to Ranger Jack, the circumstances surrounding McCullough's remains were among the strangest he'd encountered in his over 30-year career. The oddity of the situation prompted Ranger Jack to request assistance from an FBI evidence response team. Paulides then shed light on the strange nature of McCullough's disappearance and eventual discovery, highlighting the impossibility of McCullough reaching the location where his body was found due to the snowy and icy winter conditions. And so Paulides questioned how McCullough ended up 14 miles into the woods across snowdrifts 20 feet deep and with more than 105 inches of new snow on the ground. The lack of snowmobile tracks and the absence of McCullough's vital belongings led to further confusion and questions regarding the disappearance. Chuck McCullough went missing in Crater Lake National Park when a whopping 7.5 feet of new snow covered the ground. Now, how he managed to travel such a distance to Bybee Creek drainage without skis or snowshoes, when even snowmobiles, which were prohibited in the more remote areas of the park, couldn't navigate the deep snow, remained a mystery. There were strange storms, including high winds, when Chuck disappeared, making things even more puzzling. Again, people found it strange that Chuck's clothing, including his boots, were missing. Another mystery was what happened to all of Chuck's bones. Searchers discovered only his foot, leg bones, and skull. It's possible that wild animals in the park, which struggle to find food in the winter, could have dragged away his remains. In July of 2016, Charles's brother Stephen expressed his belief that Charles was a victim of a sinister act rather than natural causes. He even shared details about Charles's last known activities and his conviction that there was more to the story that the National Park Service and park rangers were letting the public be aware of. Unfortunately, the conclusion of what happened to Chuck McCullough remains a mystery. Love and respect to his entire family. You know, there's a whole lot of speculation about what's really happening to these hikers. I mean, obviously, since we're dealing with human tragedy here, it's not easy to talk about at times, and there's a lot of speculation that something is abducting these hikers. Well, in this next segment, that's rather lengthy, there are a host of really terrifying abduction stories that hikers have told that deal with something that isn't quite human. I don't want to spoil it too much. I'll just let you watch it for yourself. On September 2nd, 1987, a man by the name of Kevin had decided to leave his home in Ross River, which is an unincorporated community in Yukon, Canada, for a little outdoor recreation. Well, the plans were to go moose hunting, but little did Kevin realize that he himself would become the hunted. So Kevin left town by himself on his motorbike early that morning and took off up the North Canal roadway. He was destined for an area between Sheldon Lake and McPass, where a co-worker and another friend were to meet him the following day. And there, in a small trailer at Dewhurst Creek, they planned to spend 3 days before heading back home. It sounded like the perfect trip. But folks, we know this channel, right? We know the content. We know that things are about to go awry. Well, the morning that Kevin left, the weather had turned for the worse. The temperature was dropping. As if that wasn't bad enough, it began to rain, gently at first, but slowly and steadily increasing. Since it showed no signs of stopping, Kevin's only choice was to pull over, put on more clothing, and continue on with his journey. Now, in hindsight, Kevin realizes that he had a strange feeling the entirety of the trip. He later remembered, while driving from Ross River to the trailer, he had a feeling that something unusual might happen, but he never expected what was about to happen. So Kevin reached the trailer about a half hour or so before darkness fell. He's soaked to the bone, he's cold, and he's exhausted, and so he lights a fire, dries, and warms himself, and after a quick bite to eat, goes straight to bed, eager to get up on an early start to his hunting trip. Now, the night goes by without pass, and by daybreak, the weather was clear, and the rain had stopped, so Kevin began dressing and loaded up his firearm on his bike and took off back down the road toward McPass sometime between 6 and 6:30 in the morning. Everything was such a welcome change from the miserable drive up, so he allowed himself to just soak everything in the beautiful, picturesque surroundings of the Canadian wilderness, puttering along no faster than 10 miles per hour. All the while, he scouted possible hunting locations, always keeping an eye out for any sign of breaks in the underbrush that, well, might indicate a moose was nearby. Now, after only a few miles of traveling, Kevin felt the need to use the bathroom. So he pulls his bike to a stop, dismounts, and begins to urinate. Now, after he starts, he looks up and took in the mountainsides and the valleys, all bathed in the warm glow of the sun, which was beginning to now bake off some of the cold from the night prior. But this is right when Kevin saw it. In his account of the experience, which he shared with researcher Martin Jasek, Kevin would say this: "I was standing just in front of my bike watching the mountains to the south when I noticed to the left of me, out of the corner of my eye, what I first thought was an airplane. It was 400 to 500 yards away and about the size of a DC-3 plane, or a full-size school bus. It was traveling north to south at about 40 yards above ground and moving maybe 30 kilometers per hour. Right away, I thought, boy, is he low. Now, I blinked my eyes because I couldn't make out any tail fin or wings. It had what looked like portholes all along the side of it. It was cigar-shaped with a gray strip down the middle and a dark green on top and bottom. I thought to myself, something's wrong with this picture. And then I realized there was no sound. If it was an airplane, the roar would have filled the entire valley." Now, Kevin watched as, before his very eyes, the object seemed to dim in and out of existence, almost like it was partially dematerializing for a moment or two before returning to a solid state. Now, this happened a few times before a thought came to Kevin's mind. "Oh, I don't think I should be seeing this. It's a UFO and probably doesn't want to be seen." Now, as gracefully as he could, Kevin zips up his pants and crouched by the side of the road, taking cover in some tall grass on the shoulder. Now, as he watched the UFO traveling in front of the backdrop of the mountains, he felt something against his chest. It was his camera, snugly nestled in his shirt pocket beneath his jacket, and so Kevin immediately starts reaching for his camera, eager to snap a photograph of this unbelievable sight. But as he did so, he felt what he described as a calming feeling wash over him. Kevin says that this wave of emotion convinced him that there was no need to take a picture and what he was seeing wasn't a big deal at all and everything is just calm and cool and collective. We're all mellowed out, right? Kevin said afterwards he thought it was just very bizarre behavior, but he kept 2 cameras on the go at all times and was always on the lookout for the perfect photo opportunity. To think a UFO photo is not important is clearly insane. Now, it clearly sounds like Kevin was maybe being manipulated by forces beyond his control. Now, simply abandoning this plan, he stayed in the moment, watching the shape as it just disappeared behind a cone-shaped hill. It was not seen again. Now, finally, he stood, relishing how lucky he had been to have seen something so miraculous. I mean, he felt excited, like he had gotten away with murder, like something that he shouldn't have seen. Now, that was when he realized he was not alone. Kevin was standing beside his bike when he hears this loud metallic right behind him around the corner. Now, right away, he thought, somebody must be here. I've got to tell them what I've seen. But the noise he heard sounded like a heavy trunk lid on a car slamming shut. He quickly walked along the edge of the road to the corner to see who was there. Now, when Kevin rounded the bend, he was terrified by what he saw. There, no more than 20 yards away, stood a pair of figures, waiting for him among the tall grass and bushes. Both wore blue jumpsuits over their thin bodies, and neither stood more than 5 feet tall. But the most remarkable thing about these intruders, however, were their heads. Both sported pointed gray faces with enormous eyes, but the faces were not human. They were the faces of insects. Kevin says this, I immediately thought, they're not little green men, they're grasshopper people. At that same instant, the one on the left raised his left hand to his waist, which held some type of flashlight device, and I saw a bright flash of light come from it. I instantly felt paralyzed and was convinced that time had stopped. Everything was black, no sound. It seemed like time stood still and nothing existed but me, like I was pulled from reality. It was the most absolute quiet ever imagined. I was really scared and tried to yell, no! But all that came out was this gnarly growl. I had the sensation of hurtling skyward at a terrific speed. I felt that I was being stretched as if my feet were on the ground and my upper body was 20 feet above, my whole body shooting skyward. This is the last thing that Kevin remembers about that particular morning. The next thing he knew, he was back where he started, on the side of the road in the Canadian wilderness. The only difference was that the pair of insectoids were nowhere to be seen and his hands were shaking. All Kevin wanted to do in that moment was to turn and flee before he could be taken again. He remembers being especially confused when, upon turning back in the direction of his motorbike, he couldn't find it right away. And that was when he realized that it had been somehow moved to the opposite side of the road. No matter what had happened just now, Kevin knew that he had not turned his bike in that direction. Still, that was something to ponder at another time. His primary goal was to get the heck back to Dodge, or in this case, his trailer. And so Kevin rushed over to his vehicle and, to his horror, could not find his keys. And so he's scrambling, trying to figure out what he did. And I mean, he always made a habit of leaving them in the ignition so that he wouldn't lose them while out in the bush. And so after a few moments, he realized that he had held them in his hand, which is not something any of us would find odd, but something Kevin never did while on a hunting trip ever. And so Kevin hopped up on the seat, thrust the key into the ignition, and started up his bike. And as he raced home, he knew that something was very wrong. I was feeling scared and amazed at the same time, and then noticed that all the shadows of the trees were pointing in a different direction than that of the morning sun. About 15 minutes later, I was at the trailer. Half an hour later, it was dark. I thought, no way, I only left here an hour ago. What's going on? Martin Jasek would later determine that given the time of year, this probably meant that Kevin had around a dozen hours of missing time. Now, Kevin tried to busy himself around the trailer, but it was no use. His mind was racing, he was very confused, nothing made sense, and he had no idea what he would tell his friends. And so he soon came to the conclusion that the best thing to do was to put the whole thing behind him, to not mention it, forget it, and hopefully move on with a successful hunting trip. Now, his mind had just settled down when Kevin decided to brew a pot of coffee. And that's when he hears something, a low, soft humming sound that seemed to kind of just vibrate everything in the trailer just ever so slightly. He didn't know what it meant, but he had his suspicions and did his best not to look out the windows for fear that his kidnappers had finally returned. Now, finally, after about 10 minutes, the noises stopped. And later, Kevin tried to go to sleep, but he couldn't. Now, every time he had closed his eyes, flashbacks of what had transpired on the road would just slowly creep into his mind, and at first, he could only really remember just bits and pieces here and there. But the following day, Kevin's friends had arrived. He did not say a word to them about what had happened. And when it was time to go home, Kevin remained behind at the trailer for a day or two for some solitary duck hunting, allowing himself to just digest everything and be alone in his thoughts. Now, to his relief, nothing else strange had transpired. Now, slowly, Kevin began to kind of piece together what happened during his missing time episode after the insectoids had zapped him with their device. Snippets of the intervening incident came when he least expected it. Some of the clearest memories emerged around 10 years later when he was living and working in New Zealand. From time to time, Kevin would work with the lathe, shaping corks, and the incessant drone of the tool seemed to kind of just lull him into this state of mind that would jog his memory. Now, after a decade of spontaneous flashes, Kevin began to piece together a narrative. He remembers seeing the rivers, the forests, the mountains flying past him, and when he finally came to a stop, this deep, suffocating darkness would surround him. The blackness pulled away, revealing the face of a stereotypical gray alien, telepathically assuring him that he had nothing to fear. The being was accompanied by 3 or 4 others. Kevin was told that he had already been examined. Besides a strange feeling on his hands, everything about his body felt normal. The Gray then asked Kevin if he wished to see his home world. He agreed and was shown the solar system through a large, gigantic window. After declining an offer to take a tour of outer space, Kevin was told that he would be forced to forget his experience. The Gray then handed him a clear glass, partially filled with a yellow liquid. He took 3 sips, and the next thing he knew, Kevin was standing right beside his bike along the North Canal Road, terrified, with no memory of what had happened. Now, apparently, Kevin's amnesia wore off over the years, and one thing about his experience had a more permanent effect. Kevin would say this: "When I got back to Ross River, I was thinking about the sensation in my hands when I sat up on the bed with the beings. I looked down at my palms and was startled to see a scoop mark in the palm of each hand. Now, I had not seen these before. Over the next couple of years, I asked 2 doctors and 4 nurses if they knew what this was, and they all said no. They had never seen anything like it before. In September of 2000, I asked my doctor about it, and he actually said, yes, he knows of it, and he told me it specifically was a condition called Dupuytren's contracture. However, they had no idea what caused it. Coincidence? I don't know. I still have them." Kevin's experience on the North Canal Road is one of countless confrontations with a race of creatures that have plagued human beings for decades, if not centuries or millennia. Well, today we are more familiar with extraterrestrials who correspond to the typical gray alien, large heads, large eyes, spindly bodies, and hairless gray or white skin. People also report encounters with creatures that can only be described as insectoid. Now, sometimes they are compared to grasshoppers, as in Kevin's case. Other times, they seem to most closely resemble gigantic praying mantises. Now, the idea that species from other planets might closely resemble insects is shockingly old. In fact, as early as 1896, Francis Galton, cousin of famed naturalist Charles Darwin, had proposed the idea, and within a few years, it was then formalized in an academic paper by Edward Mason, who proposed that interplanetary life might resemble not human beings, but rather insects like dragonflies or ants. Now, since then, the insectoid meme has never left ufology, mixing with older indigenous traditions of everything from scorpion men in the Epic of Gilgamesh to ant people in the Hopi belief system. Now, over the years, mantids have emerged alongside light beings, Nordics, greys, and reptilians as one of the most common types of entities reported in alien abduction cases. Now, oftentimes, experiencers claim that they are the highest up the extraterrestrial chain of command, while other times they are seen wearing cloaks or robes. In every case, however, they exude absolute authority and a cold, calculating intellect indifferent to the suffering of their captives. Now, sometimes all of these beings can be seen together in the same encounter. Like in 1962, a woman on her way to the obstetrician appointment near Medford, New Jersey, would see a bright purple orb in the sky about the same size as the moon. Now, after pulling over for a better look, she watched it change to a variety of colors before losing consciousness. And the next thing she knew, she was at her doctor's appointment and her face was sunburned. Now, subsequent hypnotic regression revealed a startling story. Now, apparently, a portal opened up underneath the orb and drew her within to a small white room where a creature resembling a large praying mantis shoved her against the wall. A reptilian and a pair of small white beings with large eyes then would take over, showing her rows of embryos in jars before presenting her to a Nordic alien who informed her that she had just passed some sort of test. After a brief medical procedure involving a thin wire placed in her arm, she was given a vague mandate to await further instructions. Now, many ufologists believe that one of the first mantids to appear in the modern era of ufology was remembered in the March 14, 1986 hypnotic regression of Whitley Strieber, who is also the author of the 1987 bestseller Communion. Now, according to Whitley's testimony, the gigantic bug manifested in the middle of the living room, frightening his son to death. Whitley said under hypnosis, "How can it be so big?" However, if one looks back over the years, we can find mantid encounters unfolding surprisingly early, even earlier than the 1962 example mentioned just a moment prior. Take, for example, the testimony of a 16-year-old witness from Langley, British Columbia, who claimed that he and his younger brother saw not one, not two, not three, but 5 mantids in 1947. Now, that summer, the two boys were reading and resting alongside a creek near their home when they noticed a humming sound settling in around them. When they looked up from their books, the children spotted a domed, shining object in the sky that settled down near their very position. Now, once it landed, a door would open, revealing oversized praying mantises dressed in dull, silver-covered clothing. The primary witness stood to run away, only to have one of the mantids approach him, snatch the books from his hands, and examine it. The creature then placed an appendage on the boy's shoulder and began staring into his eyes with its own, clicking the entire time and imparting this telepathic message to not look up as they departed. Now, after examining their own craft, the mantids climbed back aboard, then took off with a deafening sound, leaving the witnesses bewildered and dehydrated. Now, another early encounter took place in the mid-1960s, either April or June of 1964 or 1965. The reason that the date is unclear is because the witness, a retired exterminator named Benjamin Davidson of Covington, Kentucky, only related mere days before his death in May of 2001. Now, he contacted ufologist Kenny Young to share his story for the first time, having never disclosed it to his wife or family members. Benjamin, who was dying of cancer, claimed that he had actually forgotten about the event for decades until sometime during the early 90s. His memory was triggered when he accidentally had singed his arm hair with a cigarette. The smell brought with it a chilling recollection from his younger days. Benjamin claimed that while employed as an exterminator in the 1960s, he would often travel between Cincinnati and Portsmouth, Ohio. Now, on one of these journeys, Benjamin found himself driving along US Route 52 late on a Sunday night. He had dropped in spontaneously on his mother and was just back on the road when he came to a clearing somewhere in the vicinity of Aberdeen or Manchester. Now, in many UFO sightings, the witness chose to stop their car and step out to investigate. Terrible idea, right? Well, that was not what happened to Benjamin. He had no choice. There, in the middle of the blacktop, sat a semicircular object, oval-shaped, fashioned out of what appeared to be iron or aluminum. Now, all across its surface glinted multicolored lights. Unable to go any further and astonished by what he was seeing, Benjamin drew his car to a complete stop, and that was when he noticed that he wasn't alone. On either side, standing as if they were waiting for him, just as in Kevin's case along the North Canal Road, were rows of creatures. But they were not greys, nor were they the benevolent Nordics, nor even reptilians. They were, in Benjamin's description, gigantic praying mantises. Kenny Young described what happened next. Davidson said that at no time did the creatures speak to him as he was escorted into the large object that blocked his path on the roadway. The escort, he said, was non-violent. I don't know why, but I wasn't afraid. Well, the interior of this object, he said, was well lit, but he could not discern a light source. He estimated there was about 20 of the praying mantis occupants on board the object as he was taken to a table and subjected to some sort of physical examination. They scraped the skin off my hands, they clipped my fingernails, and took blood, he said during the 20-minute phone discussion. Now, this is where Benjamin's tale takes an even darker turn. Now, according to Kenny Young, the witness fell silent on the telephone as if he were wrestling with something difficult or disturbing. And finally, he said that there's something else that went on there. There was another examining table in the room. There's something else that went on there. There was another examining table in the room, and on this examining table was a little girl. That little girl was dead. I know she was dead. I didn't know who she was or where she came from, but it was quite obvious that she was deceased. Benjamin admitted that he felt helpless. There was nothing to do in his estimation. The girl was already gone. It was one of the last things he remembered about his encounter before coming back to consciousness. When he realized where he was sitting at a traffic light near Portsmouth, back in his car, as if nothing ever happened. Now, Benjamin arrived late at home that night, but couldn't explain where he had been, and even if he had, no one would have believed him. As it was, his wife became convinced that he was having an extramarital affair, an accusation that strained their marriage for years to come. Now, Kenny Young, having collected Benjamin's story, expressed his interest in committing his testimony to videotape before he passed away. Benjamin's only response was, "You better hurry." Now, Benjamin was correct. By the time he called several days later to coordinate a meeting, Benjamin had unfortunately passed. One of the most recent mantid encounters comes from the work of experiencer, researcher, and author Preston Dennett. Preston interviewed Nancy, a woman who claimed numerous UFO encounters all throughout her lifetime. Now, Nancy says that sometime in the middle of November of 2018, she was on the verge of sleep when she put out an invitation, granting her UFO contacts permission to visit. They answered almost instantaneously. Nancy recalls saying that she just remembers falling asleep and that she's gone, she's out of her room, and then she's on this ship. But it's not a ship. I mean, she goes on to explain that it is, but it isn't. What Nancy means by this is that she found herself sitting on a chair in the middle of what appeared to be a recreation of a living room, complete with cheap carpet, a flat-screen television, and a tan-colored love seat across from her. Now, on the love seat sat a man, and through the two windows adorning the walls, Nancy could see a clear blue sky complete with clouds. Nancy suspects that, if not a dream, her extraterrestrial contacts were attempting to simulate a comforting environment. She looked to the man on the love seat, whom she had never seen before. Despite their strange circumstances, he seemed normal enough, probably about 20 years old with brown hair. Nancy struck up a telepathic conversation with the man and said, "So, you're here too?" She thought at him, and the young man nodded, and Nancy added, "Why are you here?" Now at this, Nancy's companion simply shrugged and thought back, "I'll be okay, it'll be alright." Nancy couldn't help but agree. I mean, after all, she had literally asked for this experience. The man then stood and walked to the window. The entire time, Nancy said that it felt a bit like waiting for a doctor's appointment. She had no idea how right she was, and soon a strange-looking door opened in a nearby wall, and in stepped an immense figure, 9 feet tall, covered in a tough exterior shell. It looked exactly like a gigantic grayish-brown praying mantis, with the exception that it had long fingers instead of claws. It stared at both of them with immense eyes. Nancy was surprised by the fact that, instead of being frightened, she was actually quite calm as the mantid stepped toward the man. That was when she realized that one of its hands held a large syringe aimed for the back of the man's neck. Nancy said this, "I saw exactly what it looked like. It was a big needle, except it didn't have a point. It had like a sound card 1 inch each way. It was really flat, and you could tell it had computer stuff on it, and he put it on the back of his neck." Beyond this, the mantid did nothing else, nor did the man seem to react at all. He just kept staring out the window like nothing was happening. Now finally, the mantid then turned its attention to Nancy. It stared at her, making clicking noises with its mouth before taking quick, abrupt, jerky steps toward her, just as a smaller insect might. The head even reminded her of the twitchy movements a real insect might make. And the mantid held up the instrument once more. It was apparent that it was going to perform the same procedure on her. Yet Nancy still wasn't scared. Instead, she stood from her chair and firmly said, "No, no." But the mantid continued its approach. She backed up slightly, but the insectoid doctor continued forward, instrument in hand. This sounds like a badly written fiction, doesn't it? But this is exactly what Nancy claimed to be her genuine experience. And so often happens in these stories that it's the last thing that she remembered, and the next thing she knew, she was wide awake, despite a thorough search for any new marks or scars, and she found nothing amiss, which begs the question, was this an actual experience or just a nightmare? Now, as we head off into the future, there seems to be no sign that reports of mantid encounters will ever end. They have become a staple of UFO experiences and, at this point, are as much a part of the flying saucer mythology as the Greys, reptilians, and the Nordics. Whether or not we will ever find our answers to our questions regarding these strange, mysterious creatures, that remains yet to be seen. You know, I've spent a lot of time talking about national forests, lakes, and even military bases. But let's go back to a place that I haven't spoken of in quite some time. A place that is just brimming with strange paranormal activity. Everything from werewolf sightings to portals and even serious government investigation. Without further ado, here it is. The world is full of some very strange places, and among these, some are stranger than most. Certainly ranking amongst these is a place sitting out in the wilds of the United States of Arizona, which has long been orbited by UFOs and weird creatures and aliens and monsters and all manner of high strangeness, a place that's worse than Skinwalker Ranch. One of the most popular destinations in the state of Arizona is the town and region of Sedona, which over the years has accrued a reputation as quite the mecca for New Agers and the paranormal researchers from all over the country, as well as droves of tourists every single year. Now, Arizona, and in particular, this area is rather known for a high concentration of UFO sightings and for the mysterious energy vortices said to dot the landscape in this spot, where earth energies crackle and which are believed to confer all manner of health benefits, as well as said to aid in meditation and self-reflection. It is largely because of these alleged magical vortices that a bustling business of spiritual healing tours and metaphysical medicine outfits have sprung up here, and one can already see that Sedona is already a rather strange and unique place in an already rather unique and strange state. However, Sedona is also the home to a very unusual patch of land where there have long been reported all matter of high strangeness, from UFOs to ghosts to cryptids and even dinosaurs and more. Go off the beaten path for a while, off down a remote, unpaved, rough dirt road just 12 miles outside Sedona in the Verde Valley, and you will be met with the sight of a rather large abandoned ranch, now inaccessible and blocked off by an intimidating gate plastered with signs from the U.S. Forest Service warning away trespassers. The desert scrub and wilderness area around the ranch is as desolate, remote, and uninhabited as one can get. And the now uninhabited ranch itself has devolved into a feral place overgrown with weeds and partially devoured by the landscape. It was obviously once an expansive and very successful ranch. So what is this place, and why is it just sitting out there forgotten to be slowly reclaimed by the ravenous wilderness around it? For that, folks, we have to go way back to the beginning, back in 1945. It was in 1945 that a Hollywood stuntman and actor named Bob Bradshaw moved out to the Sedona area, where he opened a modest business in the form of a photography shop. With his Hollywood connections, Bradshaw also had a hand in many of the westerns that were popular at the time and which favored the deserts and canyons of the area, for sets, and with over 50 full-length features made in this vicinity over the years, which helped to revitalize the area. And with this newfound influx of cash and good standing amongst the locals, in 1960, Bradshaw purchased a 140-acre parcel of land out in this particular valley at a place that was then known as Bitter Creek. And this ranch and its old adobe house would also go on to become a popular place to shoot movies, such as the 1967 Elvis Presley film Stay Away Joe and others. Now, in the 1990s, Bradshaw's son, John Bradshaw, turned the land into a more functional, actual working ranch. And it also became popular as a recreation spot for camping, horseback riding, and other various outdoor activities. Now, at the time, this was a secluded place of natural beauty with a veneer of Hollywood laid over it, but things would begin to take a turn for the strange beginning from 1992, when a series of escalating strange phenomena began to creep across the ranch itself. Now, it supposedly began with John Bradshaw's wife, Linda, who claimed to begin seeing mysterious orbs of light and other objects in the sky over the ranch, as well as sudden bright flashes with really no discernible cause and streaking mystery lights. Now, if your wife was named Linda, that sounds like a type of person who would go on to see strange stuff in the sky. I'm just saying. Now, this was perhaps to be expected because the region was already long known as a hotspot for UFO sightings. But things would quickly escalate and further branch out into the weird. As if UFOs and anomalous lights in the sky were not odd enough, Linda claimed, of course Linda claimed this, that odd comets would move across the property shooting beams of light, and that the place was supposedly crawling with barely glimpsed shadow people and other entities. Her and her son would also claim to have had a rather far-out encounter with actual aliens on the property, which she would see outside her window one evening and describe this. Strolling past the window were 4 short-statured aliens wearing tight-fitting one-piece uniforms of a light tan color. They were what are typically called the Zeta Reticuli, also known as the Greys, only these appeared to be a bit more ashen-colored, almost white. Once the beings were out of sight and the witnesses recomposed themselves, the 3 of them jumped into their car and sped to the house where I was sleeping. I remember so vividly how my son vigorously shook my arm to wake me up. I can still hear the trepidation in his voice as he said, "Mom, wake up. They're here." I raised up and said, "Who's here?" He exclaimed, "The aliens, Mom." Now, the next day, she allegedly went out to investigate the area where the entities had been seen and found tiny footprints in the ground, which they took video footage of. Now, there was a lot of UFO and alien activity reported around the ranch as well. Linda's son Victor would claim that he had taken a hike in the canyon and stumbled across some white trucks and men in white suits. He claimed that on the bed of the truck, there had been a metallic wingless craft of some kind. Making the whole incident even more bizarre is what would happen next. As he stared at the strange sight of that craft and the men in white suits, he allegedly heard a noise behind him, and when he turned to look, he saw what he described as a gray alien peering at him through the gloom. On another occasion, Tom saw a small humanoid in a brown suit dash across the field near a juniper tree. Their dogs apparently chased the thing, but as it neared the fence line, it just seemed to blink out of existence, vanishing into thin air to leave behind some very surprised dogs. Adding to this were doppelgangers of family members who would be seen when the real person was in a totally different area. This got so bad that one time her husband became convinced they were extraterrestrial intruders trying to infiltrate the family. And he even locked Linda out of the house one night because he thought she was one of them. She would say this: as he later confessed to me, he suspected that I was one of them, and he was therefore afraid of me. This was tragic. It took about 2 hours before he relented and unlocked the doors, allowing me to come in out of the cold. On top of aliens, there was also sightings of large, hairy, Bigfoot-like creatures on the property and other less discernible creatures. Now, even stranger than these sightings were accounts of spotting what were described as actual dinosaurs on the ranch, with Linda herself claiming one time to have seen a 5-foot-tall bipedal lizard with a long tail standing on a dirt path one evening. Now, these apparent dinosaurs purportedly left large reptilian tracks that were sometimes found on the property as well. And Linda recorded these and all manner of other strangeness at the ranch, such as livestock and other animals falling ill for no apparent reason, or the manes of her horses torn off, and other bizarre miscellaneous weirdness. The horses were supposedly also often spooked for no reason, and there were sometimes found large 3-toed tracks near the stables that were not identifiable as belonging to any of the known wildlife in the canyon. Now, she would attribute these tracks to a Bigfoot-like creature both her and her husband had seen on occasion, which they called Big Girl. Now, poltergeist phenomena were also apparently very common. Objects would move or levitate through the air, with one strange recurring instance of this being her camera, which would move around by itself and take various pictures of the house. Maybe it was a real estate photography ghost. Now, one of these strange photos showed orbs above the kitchen table, and another showed the yard as seen through one of the kitchen windows, but it wasn't quite the same yard, as a portion of the scene seemed blocked off by a mysterious illuminated border. There were also strange noises, and on one occasion, Linda and her husband clearly heard a loud crash and the breaking of glass. But a full search of the house found no broken windows and no shards of glass anywhere. They would also hear disembodied footsteps roaming about the house when there was no one there, yet no intruders. And Bob would say of the mental toll all this was taking on him. His perception of reality was tested and questioned again and again, as he had had encounters with extraterrestrials, Bigfoot, and other human-like entities that towered over him. And he was able to photograph much of the phenomena, which began rather benignly with wafting multicolored orbs of light, then escalating over 7 years to more heart-stopping episodes where he would encounter and interact with otherworldly beings, or so he claims. Now, after several years of this, in 1995, she compiled it all into a book called Merging Dimensions, The Opening Portals of Sedona, along with ufologist Tom Dongo. Now, the book also features numerous photos that were supposedly captured at the ranch, with many of the strange phenomena not seen until the film was developed. UFOs, aliens, Bigfoot, shadow people, living dinosaurs. What in the world is going on here? Linda believes that all of these phenomena are the result of some sort of interdimensional doorway that is, for whatever reason, opened up at the ranch and through which spew all manner of entities. She would say of her theory this:
I believe these openings have always been on our plane, and they've perhaps been the portals to allow others in. But if one were to ask my opinion of my experiences regarding this magical place, I would say that not only are they being allowed in, but they are coming in great numbers. I would also love to say that only compassionate beings of light are scooting through these portals, but this does not always seem to be the case. I have come face to face with a few decidedly nasty beings.
Now, the list of strange phenomena reported from the ranch to this day is long, and one of the more frequently observed phenomena is the heavy presence of orbs. Now, both the Bradshaw family and visitors and the paranormal researchers alike ever since have reported these glowing balls of light just kind of meandering above the place, and there have also been reports of the lights taking the form of more structured objects. This phenomenon can apparently get fairly intense, and one report from an investigation by UFO Digest has said of it this:
Our digital photographs were to quickly reveal brightly colored orbs floating around the entire area, testimony to Linda Bradshaw's account. But it is with the assistance of night vision binoculars that we were able to see a massive concentration dancing in and around the steel windmill structure itself. Now, I've taken plenty of photos of orbs, but none with such color and intensity as these. But then to actually witness their seemingly intelligent movement, glittering in and out of luminosity around the windmill, was simply inspiring and extraordinary. This left no doubt in my mind that the orb phenomenon is in fact intelligent life forms from another dimension. Linda Bradshaw's portal theory is correct. These were no mere dust particles, my friend, and we were certainly not in Kansas anymore.
Adding to the orb phenomenon is that there is often reported a sort of glitter in the air here, a kind of glowing dust or charged particles of some kind. Paranormal investigator William Hamilton, who's the executive director of Skywatch International, had to say this:
I was told that if I tripped by camera flash in the dark, I would see that the air was filled with an unusual sparkling energy. I deliberately flashed my camera in the dark while looking through the viewfinder, and indeed, I could see glowing particles filling the air. seeking a conventional explanation for the spectacle, I surmised that particles of dust must be suspended in the air, and that my flash simply reflected off these numerous particles of dust. But as I continued the experiment, I noticed that the glittering particles did not move around as I have seen dust move, but rather seemed to be suspended or frozen in the air. As we continued walking, I noticed from time to time a tiny light would flicker on in distant bushes, then extinguish. I asked Tom about this, and he said that he noticed this on all of his frequent excursions out there. They appeared to be like the fireflies I used to watch at my uncle's house on Long Island when I was a young boy, but fireflies were not known in Arizona.
UFOs are also still frequently sighted in the skies above the ranch, and there are also reports of strange creatures in the wilds here, in particular Bigfoot. Now, one Bigfoot encounter at the ranch was described by a paranormal researcher, Alan McGargle, I believe that's how you say his last name, who investigated the ranch with his father Ron, his brother-in-law Joel, and a local guide only known as Hoodoo Tall. On this day, they had already had some strange experiences there, as Hoodoo had been inexplicably confused and unable to locate it, despite having been there many times before. Now, when they did manage to finally find the ranch, they had immediately made contact with a ghost on the property, which showed up on their equipment and produced a column of frigid air. Then there was Bigfoot, and McGargle explains what happened next.
I was leaned over the REM pod asking questions to the spirit box. When Hoodoo chimed in, I decided to let him ask the questions since he had history with the place and whatever is there. I stood up, and when I did, I happened to be facing southeast and looking directly out the window. There was something outside the building. Just outside the building, maybe 50 feet away, was a dark figure silhouetted against the night sky. This was no ordinary figure, though. It was huge. I'd estimate the shadowy presence to be around 6 feet tall and a whopping 4 to 5 feet wide at the shoulders. It looked like a linebacker, hunched over at the line of scrimmage ready for the ball to be snapped. I felt paralyzed. I was totally mesmerized as I pondered what I was looking at. The figure appeared to move to one side, then the other, getting closer to me each time. After doing that a few times, it was gone. The whole encounter lasted almost 2 minutes. I was unable to speak or move until it was gone. I then explained to our team what had just happened, and we went outside to look around. Nothing was found. On the way back to drop off Hoodoo, we discussed what I had witnessed in detail. As I explained to him what this creature looked like, he replied, "Have you seen my photo?" "What photo?" I said. "It sounds exactly like the creature I photographed at the ranch a few months ago." So Hoodoo brought out his cell phone and showed me the photo. There it was. Sure enough, that's what I saw. It was a Bigfoot.
An even stranger encounter with some sort of outlandish beast is an account given by Reddit user LuckJ151, who says this:
I spend a lot of time on this ranch still. I go twice a year on 10-day trips. The activity is still through the roof. I've encountered a creature there at night that was 15 to 20 feet tall and was swinging a tree log around like a baseball bat. I'm constantly finding creature tracks, ranging from Bigfoot to those dinosaurs.
Now, all of this weirdness over the years has drawn in all kinds of paranormal researchers, and it has been featured on numerous TV programs with orb and UFO activity commonly caught on film at the location. Now, some of these researchers and programs have had strange experiences and made some pretty bizarre findings on the property, to say the least. Now, one very strange experience supposedly happened during the filming of a 2013 episode of Discovery Channel show Uncovering Aliens. Now, with this episode focused on the ranch, according to the report, at some point, a man named Stephen Jones wandered away from the crew and onto the actual property of the ranch. When he returned half an hour later, he was apparently in a daze, and he claimed that he had heard disembodied voices all around him and that he had missing time. And making it all the more bizarre was that his watch had reportedly stopped working. Now, this was not put in the final episode, but it probably should have been. What happened to him out there? No one knows. And it just adds to the rest of the lore on this very bizarre location. Another investigation that turned up some interesting data was carried out by the group 40 Winds, who claims to have found much evidence of EMF anomalies there. In fact, their report would read in part,
"Given the history of the ranch, we were curious to see if we found any EMF anomalies, similar to those found at Skinwalker Ranch, and brought along a metal detector to scan the area around the ground should we find any. As mentioned, the area is being monitored for climate change research, but we tried to stay far enough away from the ranch to avoid electronics. Thanks to the climate research, numerous soil samples were available online. We saw nothing that should be especially electromagnetic, and yet we found some spikes, a bunch. Within a few hundred yards of the dirt path, we started finding unusually high readings. They seemed to move. We used a metal detector to look for sources. We noted nothing around us or any cell towers nearby. We've used the same detector in a busy urban residential area and have not found any readings this high. We reset the detector a number of times with repeated anomalous results and retested it that night in a residential area to see if it found anything. It found nothing. There could be electronics at the ranch as part of research or something else we missed, which caused this. Yet, the question we began with was, can we find EMF anomalies similar to those found at Skinwalker Ranch at Bradshaw Ranch? Our conclusion is yes, but needs further research and validation.
Now, making all these mysteries even deeper is the fact that in May of 2003, the U.S. government suddenly and without explanation purchased the ranch and quickly had it locked away from the rest of the world. Why? Locals claim that there was frequently military personnel already seen around the area, and in addition to the signs keeping people out, were also armed guards said to patrol the area and turn people away in no uncertain terms. Unverified reports exist of hikers being confronted and turned away by heavily armed guards with no visible identification or insignia, or even more ominously, chased off the property by either guards or all-terrain vehicles that are all black with no noticeable markings. Researcher Tom Dongo has talked about this specifically in his book, Mysterious Sedona, and he explains it like this.
A machine gun, usually an M16, or in some cases semi-automatic pistols, is then leveled at the hikers. By the tone of the voice of the soldiers, the hiker or hikers is left with no doubt that he will be shot on the spot if he does not turn around, retrace his steps, and rapidly leave the area. Those looking for hard evidence of these claims won't find it. There are plenty of stories of suspicious activity, missing persons, and aliens and UFOs spotted in conjunction with soldiers, but no substantiated evidence exists to prove these theories. Military activity in the area could very well be routine training exercises, and those hikers asked to turn around may be done for their own safety.
Now, it seems odd for this to be the case with just a ranch out in the middle of nowhere. So why is this? Well, it depends on who you ask. For some, it is because the U.S. Forest Service is looking to preserve valuable Native American archaeological sites in the area, but, of course, considering all the strange phenomena reported from here and the rumors of portals and vortices, there are others who think that the government confiscated the land in order to cover it all up. Now, according to former CIA investigator Andrew Bustamante, the land was not bought by the government, but rather seized. He claims to have come across this as part of his investigation into Bradshaw Ranch and other places in the Sedona region for the History Channel's program, The Secret of Skinwalker Ranch, and he explained this.
Paul Beban, the investigative reporter, opened that question. What happened here with the changeover in ownership of Bradshaw Ranch? What we discovered in official government records is that there was never a willful transaction of the land, Bustamante said. Bradshaw Ranch was never sold. It was seized through something called eminent domain. Eminent domain is a right that the federal government has to seize any land in the United States, whether it's privately owned or publicly, under some unknown cause of national security or national improvement. I want to say it happened in 2001.
For his part,
John Bradshaw, the History Channel investigation covered the Sedona region, including Bradshaw Ranch, and involved a team of professionals, including Andrew, a former CIA investigator, Paul Babon, who's an award-winning investigative journalist, and other scientists. One of our primary pieces of evidence that we wanted to corroborate in Sedona and other areas of our investigation discovered about that frequency. A man who is seen as much as Dr. Taylor, and to find that man at a loss of words is a privilege in and of itself. Now, readings taken at the ranch also showed the anomaly that it had a much stronger magnetic field than the surrounding area. By some estimates, around 500 times greater. Although why this is or what connection it has to the purported phenomena, no one knows. Well, the government military probably do, but us civilians, the public, we don't know. Currently, the land is being used by the Southwest Experimental Garden Array, also known as SEGA, a climate change project which is associated with Northern Arizona University. The university has taken the land on loan from the government and seem to be just as secretive about it as the military. Now, to this day, the area is still locked behind imposing gates plastered with "Keep Out" signs, although this has done little to keep out the truly adventurous. Curiosity seekers and paranormal investigators alike routinely sneak into the property or lurk along its periphery, hoping for some glimpse of the unknown and often succeeding. What is going on at Bradshaw Ranch? It is hard to say just what is going on with all this, but Bradshaw Ranch has continued to be a hotspot for the paranormal nevertheless, with hikers and tours that skirt the property often coming back with myriad tales of the weird. Is this all just kooky conspiracy tales, tall tales, and fiction at work here? If so, then why does it congregate to this one place? It is interesting to note that the extremely wide range of different types of phenomena reported from here: orbs, spook lights, UFOs, Bigfoot, aliens, dinosaurs, and others, all of them coexisting in this one patch of high strangeness, gravitating to this place for strange unknown reasons. Why should that be? Also worthy of note is that although the ranch had been there for years before Bradshaw even came along, why is that the disturbances did not begin until 1992? What activated it, if any of it even exists at all? And why did the government buy up the land and then prohibit access? Whether this is all urban legend, conspiracies, interdimensional portals, or something even stranger, Bradshaw certainly inhabits its own little corner of the strange and a state already steeped in the bizarre. Coming off of that segment, I want to ask you guys, what do you think is really going on at Skinwalker Ranch? As a matter of fact, I recently had the opportunity to interview the incredible and amazing Timothy Alberino, and his opinion on the entire phenomenon was interesting. I don't want to give it away too much because it would ruin the interview, but in a nutshell, he explained that he believes there's some sort of technology being used against us that will alter our perception of reality to see and experience things that aren't really there. However, I don't feel that's the case with this next segment, a story that details a top secret military op that gets a little scaly. In July of 2019, an elite group of 20 soldiers from the Mexican military were sent on a covert operation in the state of Guanajuato. Their mission to seek out illegal marijuana plantations in the forests and Sierras and destroy them. But they got more than they bargained for. Now, according to a researcher of the name of Diana Merera Salazar, on the first night of their deployment, the troops began noticing something unnerving. From their campsite, they could hear eerie wails drifting through the forest. They sounded like someone in anguish, as if they were being horrifically tortured. Now, for most of these soldiers, these sounds reaffirmed everyone's conviction that they were tasked with a very important mission, one that might rescue victims in immediate need. Others, however, were not so sure. They heard something different rising up from the forest that same night. They said it didn't sound like someone in pain. In fact, it didn't sound human at all. It sounded too gruff, too guttural, too animalistic. They listened, attempting to triangulate the location of the sounds, but the voices soon ended as abruptly as they had begun. Everyone uneasily settled into their sleeping bags and somehow managed to get a few hours of sleep before rising the following morning. After packing up their camp, they started again on their mission, looking for any sign of the drug producer's illegal operation. Now, only a few hours into the reconnaissance, one member of the group pointed out something odd. The forest was the exact opposite of how it had been last night. While the evening was filled with disturbing screams, the day was uncannily quiet. There was simply nothing to be heard. No animals, noises, bird calls, airplanes, not even wind, ladies and gentlemen. The only noise was the sound of their boots, boom, 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 tramping through the underbrush. This unsettling ambience continued all the way until nightfall. The men then made camp, and not long after sunset, the screams started once more. Alarmingly, they seemed to be much closer to camp than before. Although it was standard operating procedure to keep watch in shifts, and the men took this protocol more seriously than ever before, certain that some sort of enemy, human or inhuman, might fall upon them at any moment. But that moment, ladies and gentlemen, never came. As happened the night before, the screams just stopped. Now, the third day, the troops finally found what they had been looking for. They cleared the marijuana plantation, destroyed all the crops, and dismantling their hardware. Their job done, these soldiers began heading to their extraction point, taking a different route to prevent any possible ambushes by the cartels seeking revenge. Now, as luck would have it, this alternate path took them by a cave just as the sun was setting. It seemed like a good place as ever to set up camp. I mean, you had the rock walls providing ample protection from several different directions. Tents were then unpacked, sleeping bags rolled out, and security protocols established. Most of the men slept soundly, comforted by knowing that their job was done, and soon enough they would be back in civilization. For those unfortunate enough to stand guard, however, the hours passed long and uneventfully. That is, until 3 o'clock in the morning. Once more, the screams began filling the camp, just as they had the previous 2 nights. The soldiers were spooked. No hostages had been found at the plantation. So, where were these noises coming from? To their horror, the soldiers standing guard came to a startling realization. The voices, ladies and gentlemen, were coming from deeper within the cavern. In fact, the sounds were so loud, so present, that everybody was now wide awake, listening for the next cry of inhuman anguish. Now, sure enough, the sound came once more, closer than ever, echoing across the rocky surfaces within the cave. Their position was now compromised, giving them only 2 options: pack up and leave in the dead of night, picking their way slowly through a treacherous forest, or seek out the source of the sounds. The soldiers then split into 2 factions. You had one group that would remain behind at camp, while the other half would investigate the deeper recesses of the cavern. Weapons in hand, this unlucky crew stepped forward into the darkness. Now, for a long time, the only thing they could see was the splash of illumination from their flashlights on the walls, revealing nothing. Barren rock dripping with water. The soldiers would step forward, carefully pushing ahead, keeping an eye out not only for hostile enemies that they suspected were further inside, but also for more mundane threats like cave-ins and unstable footing beneath. Now, it seemed as if they would find nothing out of the ordinary, or I'm sure that's what they had hoped, until after several minutes of picking their way through the darkness, their flashlights hit something different than the dull gray of the walls. It was shiny, slick, and rubbery. Now, as the lights danced across the object, these soldiers couldn't believe their eyes. It was the green, scaly skin of something not normal, and it was lurking in the inky depths. The light revealed further details, each more horrifying than the next. A lizard-like face, claw-like hands, and an imposing height of the size of a fully grown man. Worst of all, ladies and gentlemen, it was not alone. One of the creatures appeared to be female. None of them were stationary. They clambered over the rocks with an agility no human being could muster, ducking out of the light to shield their eyes. Now, despite being hardened by years of military service and very expensive training, the soldiers just stood there in place, completely frozen, not knowing what to do. They weren't trained for this kind of scenario, and as it turned out, the decision would be made for them. Without warning, one of these things let out a scream, releasing the same blood-chilling vocalization that had haunted them the past few evenings. The monstrous cries alerted its companions, who all turned to face the poor group of soldiers. At first, they had no desire to engage these reptilian beings. The men simply ran as fast as they could out of the cavern. But, turning and seeing how close their pursuers had drawn, one of the soldiers began to open fire. They all began unloading their weapons on the creatures, which, to their amazement, seemed completely unaffected by their rounds. Even when a direct hit was scored, the bullets seemed to ricochet off of them as if their skin was as hard as the walls of the cave. Now, one by one, the reptilians caught up with their prey. A soldier screamed, seized by these things, and then another, and by the time the third one was captured, the men had already begun yelling to each other about what they had seen, their friends missing arms, splayed out on the floor of the cave, their stomachs ripped apart. Finally, the soldiers tumbled out of the mouth of the cavern. Everyone who waited behind at camp was already on very high alert, having heard the screams and gunfire. The survivors began shouting commands, begging their comrades to send radio requests for air support and evacuation, in between hurried breaths describing what had transpired inside the cave. Some of the men in camp busied themselves complying with the orders. Others set up defensive perimeters, ready to defend themselves once these things stepped out into the open. Yet, for the first time all night, the soldiers were granted peace. None of the pursuers dared to exit their subterranean dwelling. The soldiers stood there, firearms aimed at the darkness, sweat dripping down their face from a combination of exertion, fear, and the hot Mexican evening. They kept waiting to see their attackers, but they were only met with silence and darkness. Now, the tension of the scene was broken when, not even 10 minutes later, a helicopter appeared overhead. Everybody was relieved, at least at first. They soon realized the helicopter was all black and bore no designations identifying it as part of any Mexican military group. From the chopper came 4 individuals dressed in metallic black uniforms, wearing polarized visors that covered their faces. Now, here's where it gets weird. They shouted at the soldiers, commanding them to stand down while they handled the situation. Some of them would later say that their voices sounded peculiar, as if they were heavily filtered, or more bizarrely, were not human at all. Now, after securing the area, the quartet of these bizarre, mysterious rescuers entered the cave, and soon after, the inhuman shrieks they had become so accustomed to welled up once more, accompanied by quick, efficient bursts of gunfire. All fell quiet. The Mexican soldiers waited, unsure of what they should do. At last, the 4 operatives who had entered the cave reemerged. 2 of them were each dragging one of the creature's corpses, while the other 2 stepped forward to address the commanding officer of the original soldiers. In no uncertain terms, the new soldiers told the commander that they were functioning under the authority of the Mexican government. They also made it abundantly clear that they knew the identities of every soldier in the detachment, and that they were under no circumstances to ever share anything about what happened that night during that mission. If they did, well, we know how that would go. They would all end up committing suicide. With that, The four strangers hauled the two reptilian corpses aboard their chopper and took off, leaving the soldiers on the ground completely unable to process what had just occurred. The following day, the detachment made their way back to their extraction point. Boom. Done. Now, according to Deanna Salazar, many of the soldiers involved actually resigned from the military as soon as they were able. Even then, they claimed that they were under strict 24-hour surveillance and only ever shared their account with her under the strictest condition of anonymity. Today, those who remained in military service have been reassigned to new positions, while those who left have taken up positions as private bodyguards. Sure, it's a wild story, but just one among many from people who claim to have encountered reptilian humanoids over the years. Where these beings come from remains a mystery. They might be from deep underground, they might be from outer space, they might be walking among us as shapeshifters, or even sitting across the room from you as you listen to this video. Heck, I might even be a reptilian shapeshifter. But one thing is for certain, stories of their existence are not going away anytime soon.
Guys, seriously, I don't know what it is with caves and tunnels and dungeons, but they're all just so creepy. Or maybe it's the fact that our human brain interprets it as a place where monsters and scary things dwell. I know you might be surprised to hear me say this, but I actually like spelunking. And personally, I'm down to go caving and cave exploring. Just not anything to where I have to jump down into something. However, in this next segment, it makes you rethink the idea of ever just going down and exploring any old hole or tunnel.
Teddy May was no ordinary city official. For over 3 decades, he held the position of Commissioner of Sewers in New York City, a position that would lead him into an unexpected adventure. Ladies and gentlemen, on February 10th, 1935, the New York Times describes how several teenage boys were shoveling snow into a manhole cover right near Harlem River and 123rd Street and had come across something grotesque and terrifying. They described an alligator roughly 8 feet long moving around in the waters below. Salvatore Condalucci managed to somehow capture and kill the animal, and then became an article called "Alligator Found in Uptown Sewer, Youths Shoveling Snow See the Animal Churning in Icy Water," which then cited Salvatore Condalucci as the chief participant. Yet, questions remain about the story's authenticity. However, the absence of the alligator's body brought speculation that this particular event might have been a well-orchestrated prank. The story shook Teddy May's initial dismissal of the sewer alligator legend. Despite this, more reports began trickling into his office from frightened sewer workers, suggesting that the legend was real. When interviewed about the incident many years later, Condalucci swears up and down that it is true. Over time, the number of alligator sightings reported became far too significant to ignore, pushing Teddy May to confront the tales head-on. Resolute and intrigued, Teddy decided to journey into the watery depths himself, descending into the city's underground labyrinths. Teddy encountered the creatures he had once dismissed as mere fantasy. They were not enormous, monstrous horrors of silver screen fame, but these few feet long alligators were daunting to behold nonetheless. But the true horror doesn't lie in the fact that he found small alligators, but ladies and gentlemen, the rest of what we discuss in this entire episode truly makes one want to never be near an open manhole or sewage drain. Teddy's concern was not the present threat, but the future one. That these alligators had the potential to grow and grow and grow, becoming predators capable of attacking a human being. Acting on this concern, he ordered the extermination to remove all alligators from the sewer. Yet, the stories kept coming and coming even after seemingly eradicating all of them. Reports continued and made their way to Teddy, making him question whether they had actually eliminated them all by 1937. One of the growing trends of the time was to bring up baby alligators from Florida. Once they got too large to care for, they were then flushed down the toilet into the sewer system. Once they found their way into the sewers, they would survive off whatever they could find: rats, garbage, anything else they could eat. You might think that this is just some stupid urban legend, but Guys, there are even modern-day reports that further point to the reality of things existing in our sewers. For example, on July 22nd, 2013, a live 8-foot-long alligator was actually extracted near Central Park. It gets worse, though. This alligator had been eating dogs, which is why it was captured. After examining its stomach contents, they discovered the remains of 2 different dogs, a few rats, and a wristwatch. Now, I know people say there's no such thing as giant albino alligators living in the sewers, reminiscent of the giant G-virus infected alligator from Resident Evil 2, but you do run across some disturbing first-person accounts from sewer workers. Like this one, for example. I know you get a lot of strange stories sent to you, and I wanted to send you mine. This is some real X-Files type stuff. Back in 1995, I was a drainage technician for the city of Portland, Oregon. I did that job for about 4 or 5 years. Anyway, on this particular day, it was around 2 or so in the afternoon. We were right around the Northwest District in downtown Portland, which is very close to Forest Park. We were busy working on some maintenance work when I was radioing into my supervisor that our job was going to take a little bit longer than initially expected. This isn't a big deal, as things like this can happen when working down in the tunnels. After I got off the radio with my boss, a few strange things began to happen that me and others began to notice. As we're working, we all began to hear this strange static sound. I'm not exactly sure if I would call it a static noise, but that's the closest I can relate it to. It began growing in volume and then would stop suddenly. This would happen for a few moments, but we just ignored it. Then, all of a sudden, we felt this huge shift in the atmosphere around us. It's very hard to describe, but it was more than just a temperature shift. It felt as if the pressure around us had changed, and all of a sudden, our floodlights completely fried. The electrical junction box had completely burnt out on both of our floodlights. Instantly, all 3 of us began dry heaving and collapsing onto the ground in a mixture of exhaustion and dizziness. It was terrifying, to say the least, because we were convinced we were going to die. Fortunately, after about 5 or so minutes of struggling to get up off the ground, we managed to get up and get out of there. We radioed the boss and told him exactly what happened, and he was speechless. He had no idea how to explain it. For about a week afterwards, all 3 of us had bizarre symptoms, like complete loss of appetite, this coming and going of ringing in the ears, and strange bouts of nausea that would seem to come and go. Sometimes I would get this burning sensation all over my hands and arms, but there was nothing you could see physically on my body. After about a week or so, all the symptoms suddenly stopped. I've been told by a few people that I've shared this with that I came into contact with high amounts of radioactivity, but I don't see how that's even possible. Like I said at the beginning, I have no explanation for any of it, but it felt like something out of an X-Files episode. Now you might be saying, but where's the proof? Pictures, videos, sounds, something. Listen, I hear you. If proof is what you're wanting, this next account might blow you away. It's not much, but it's weird. In April of 2009, a construction company known as Malphurs Construction in Raleigh, North Carolina, sent a surveillance camera down into the sewers under Cameron Village. The job was simple: examine the infrastructure of the piping down below. However, during this investigation, they found something unexplainable, like something out of an 80s sci-fi movie. They discovered this pulsating, slimy, disgusting cluster of blobs attached to the wall. And that's not all. Here's what the actual surveillance camera captured. Apparently, these things are living organisms of some kind. Even more disturbing is these blobs actually reacted to the light on them. They would flinch and pull away. In fact, the story blew up and became viral. It quickly became known as the Cameron Village Sewer Blob. And it got so big that the internet was trying to come up with all sorts of theories and ideas about what it could be. Even the Raleigh Public Works issued a statement acknowledging that the footage was real and genuine. genuine. Scientists just could not figure it out. It truly was the first time anything like this had been captured. Even the biologist who worked for the public utilities had no idea what it was. However, over time, scientific theories emerged that could really explain what it was, and so it was speculated that these blobs represented what's known as bryozoans, a colony of them, actually. They're small animals that stick out tentacles to feed and then retreat in small tubes when disturbed. But remember, that was just speculation because there were other biologists that disagreed with that theory. In fact, a Dr. Timothy S. Wood, who is a bryozoans expert in the Department of Biological Sciences located at the Wright State University in Dayton, Ohio, claimed this. No, these are not bryozoans. They are clumps of annelid worms, almost certainly tubificids. Normally, these occur in soil and sediment, especially at the bottom and edges of polluted streams. In the photo, they have apparently entered a pipeline somehow, and in the absence of soil, they are coiling around each other. The contractions you see are the result of a single worm contracting and then stimulating all the others to do the same almost simultaneously. So it looks like a single big muscle contracting. Science! Of course, everyone has their opinions because there have been other investigators that completely disagreed with that theory. This is because they see several problems with this explanation. In fact, it was pointed out that there is not a single individual worm to be seen on or around any of the objects shown in the video. We see more smooth cysts, or sacs that move, pulsate, and throb as a whole entity instead of individuals. Now, I need to mention that even though some disagree with this theory, the tubifex worms are the official explanation. And if there's any biologist out there watching this, I hope I pronounced tubifex correctly. But my question is to you, the viewers, what do you guys think? Also, apparently from the same state comes another bizarre video. This video right here dates back to June 24th, 2015 and shows something bizarre. Oddly enough, there isn't a whole lot of discussion about it, but it appears to be from some Spanish newscast. But the quality is very poor, likely shot on a handheld potato. Upon examination, it's hard to tell exactly what it is, although there's speculation that it's a gray peering its head out from the storm drain. This video could very likely be a hoax, of course, but if it is authentic, it truly showcases something really creepy and strange living in the sewers. Personally, I'm not saying one way or the other because there's so little information on it, and we live in a day and age where everybody hoaxes everything, so it's up in the air. Now, speaking of strange things living in sewers, I could go on and on with context about this next one. However, I think reading you the article will speak a lot more volume. This comes from the May 14th, 1982 edition of the Herald magazine. Police said that they have received more than 200 telephone calls from people curious about reports of an 8-foot-tall, man-like creature living in the city's sewer system. Buenafoot failed to appear at a monster watch, but two men using divining rods claim they saw footprints and handprints that prove a huge humanoid is nearby. Hundreds of people nationwide have called police to inquire about their safety and the safety of relatives in the area. Since 5 people reported Monday, they all saw the beast walking down a storm tunnel. We've had 200 to 500 calls easily, Officer Terry Branham said. We're telling people we have investigated the area and found nothing there. Dennis Ruminer, a member of a group called the Special Forces Investigations, which investigates unexplained phenomena, claimed Wednesday he found footprints and handprints of the beast in a drainage tunnel. We were looking around the mouth of the tunnel when someone shouted, "There's a track," Ruminer said. There were a lot of people around, and as we went to look, a kid stepped on the track, so we only saw the front part of the track. It was a humanoid foot with 5 big toe marks and about 7 inches across the ball of the foot. Before we got a good, clear look at it, another kid stepped on it and completely obliterated the track. But Ruminer said he and his partner, Tom Mazzulla, used divining rods to track the creature and went inside the tunnel. This is where they found a handprint. Ruminer said the the team made a plaster cast of the print and took pictures of several other sets of prints discovered farther back in the cave. Frank Missinelli, manager of an apartment building near the drainage ditch, said he heard the beast but did not see it. It roared and growled just like the dinosaurs in the movies, Missinelli said. About 100 believers held a monster watch Tuesday night, but failed to spot anything resembling the beast. In May of 1963, there was a series of bizarre sightings of what people referred to as a hairy wild man. Now, this occurred on the outskirts of St. Louis, Illinois, in Centerville. The sightings began on May 9th and continued to escalate until police claimed they got roughly 50 calls every night from people claiming to see this thing. Often, people would report seeing this hairy wild man in their yard. Of course, police never could get a view of it themselves. There were some reports, however, that mentioned this strange creature disappearing down into the sewers or tunnels. In fact, one report came from a group of kids that claimed a creature that looked half man, half woman, but also had a half head of hair and was half bald, was seen around a housing project in St. Louis, specifically on 9th Street, and that it had a liking for plunging down into a tunnel located on 12th Street. By the end of the month, the sightings had completely stopped. Unfortunately, we'll never know what it is that they were seeing. While this next account isn't exactly in a sewer, it's located in a tunnel, specifically an abandoned train tunnel called the Cascade Tunnel. Now, this is located in the rugged Cascade Mountains of Skykomish, Washington. There have been sightings of a large hulking beast with shining yellow eyes. One such account was included in Brad Steiger's book titled Real Monsters, Gruesome Critters, and Beasts from the Dark Side. The witness, who is called Dave, tells of a horrifying account within the Cascade Tunnel. Apparently, the witness claims that they had gone to the tunnel to investigate and take photos. Then, he was about 40 feet in and he saw a pair of glowing yellow eyes. Now, he noted how remarkable they were. They weren't normal animal eye shine. As he was able to see more, he noted that the eyes belonged to a massive shadowy figure standing in the dim light. As he was able to make out more details, he realized that whatever the eyes were attached to was well over 8 to 9 feet tall. Incredibly frightened by this, he ran back to his truck, and Dave claimed to have heard a very loud metallic banging noise from the tunnel entrance as he did this. This was more than enough to send him roaring off in his truck for good. Or at least we think. Now, just a few days had gone by, and Dave actually comes back to the site with some friends who were very curious about what he saw, what Dave swore he saw actually, and of course, they too were hoping to glimpse it and see those same yellow eyes. And as it turns out, they all saw the same yellow eyes peering out from the darkness. Unfortunately, further details about the sighting or what was seen are pretty much non-existent. Just a plethora of speculation. Some assume it was a reptilian humanoid, others assume it was a spirit or some entity, others claim it was Bigfoot, but we'll never know. And on that note, New Kensington, Pennsylvania has a very bizarre story about something strange found in the sewers. Now, this report comes from an article by a man named Michael Burke from the 1980s. And it details an account of a small humanoid creature that is said to resemble half man, half dinosaur, possibly a small reptilian creature. Now, this being was seen emerging from the sewer system by a group of teenagers who apparently chased this thing. As a matter of fact, one even managed to grab onto the thing's tail, upon which it let out a scream. Now, the boy was so shaken by it that he let go. This thing reportedly slipped back away into the sewers. Now, what's really interesting about this account is that it actually occurred near Dixonville, Pennsylvania. And if you didn't know, this is the same location where several miners were killed or went missing somehow in 1944 due to what many claimed was an alleged alien creature down in the mine shafts. Do you think there's any sort of correlation or connection going on? What are your thoughts? Now, famed paranormal author Linda Godfrey, rest in peace, was sent a disturbing account from a witness that she referred to as Pete. And get this, guys, Pete claims that he had apparently apprehended a burglary suspect with a very crazy story. Now, this is taken directly from Linda Godfrey's blog, so credit goes to her for this. The guy, burglar, went on to explain, said Pete, that he and a friend of his were fooling around by a large culvert down by the river. This particular culvert is about 6 feet across, easy for a man to walk in. It is inside the city of Minot and leads right out of the bank of the river. The suspect said that he and his friend had seen something in the shadows that was about 7 feet tall. He told my friend that they had also stepped on what they thought was a body while they were walking in the culvert. He stated that he and his friend had ran out of there. The suspect had said that werewolves were living in the sewer system. While this sounds, of course, crazy, I have been noticing a few things since hearing this story. The city police department has had a couple of calls within the past couple of months concerning manhole covers being displaced or off of manholes around town. Normally, I wouldn't think twice about those types of calls, but it now strikes me as odd. Personally, I've never been able to shake the mental image of two criminals stumbling over a dead body as they flee the culvert after spotting a 7+ foot tall something watching them from the shadows. And Minot might not be the only place where people should take extra care around city water and drainage systems. Minot does boast a river and lies near several wildlife refuges, so the habitat is certainly there.
For this very last segment, I wanted to touch upon a special episode I did about a year ago, and I think you guys will absolutely love it. Now, what's important about this episode is that this was one that me and a local director chose to turn into a short film. That was released back at the beginning of November. For me, it was the first time ever editing a film, and because it was very slow in pace, I really wanted to try and let music and atmosphere really build and tell the story. But that's a story for another video. Here is the original video that movie is based on.
What if I told you there was something worse than skinwalkers? Back in March of 2007, Alexa was tasked with watching her parents' dog for roughly about a week when they went down to Florida and Sarasota on vacation. Now, this meant that she had to babysit the two dogs, Samson and Sasha. Her parents, for a portion of the year, would actually live outside of a town called La Crosse in Wisconsin. It was a beautiful backcountry setting with the property set on a sprawling 7 acres and hemmed by dense, full, lush woods. Now, this is a place where the closest neighbor is roughly a mile or so away, and this was their annual trip, so this was nothing new to Alexis. However, this was their very first year at this particular property, and Alexis had not been there yet, so it was taking her a while to get used to. She was just primarily house sitting, so nothing too major. Her parents mainly needed somebody to take care of the dogs, which she did not mind at all. Now, what's really neat about her folks' property is that there's a small little creek, maybe about a quarter mile away from the house. It's really peaceful when you go down there. All right, now that you have a decent lay of the land, let's get to the actual meat and potatoes of the story. So Alexis had arrived there on a Friday. Everything was pretty normal. She said goodbye to the folks and just spent the rest of that day and evening watching TV and hanging out with the dogs. The following day, Saturday, Alexis and the dogs get up and decide to go down to the creek just to get some fresh air, and she wants to have them run their energy out. Now, to get over to the creek, you actually have to cross a rather large meadow. So she made a mental note that morning on how quiet everything seemed to be. It was a little strange, but nothing to be worried about right off the bat. Now, once her and the dogs had gotten down there, they just hung up by the water and they played fetch for a little while, and they just enjoyed the serene quiet. But after a short amount of time, this is when Alexis truly started to feel that something was off, but she could not quite place her finger on it. It was just like this mysterious sensation deep within inside that told her she should be on high alert. She explains that after about 30 or so minutes of this, she noticed that both the dogs had become alert to something off on the left-hand side of the creek in the foliage. Now, keep in mind that this is in March, so it's still pretty freezing cold, and they were already bundled up like crazy. I don't want you to think they were actually getting in the creek. There also really wasn't much foliage at all, mainly just dead branches and trees, since spring had not really begun to fully grow in yet. So by foliage, she means more like dead bramble. Anyway, both the dogs had become alerted to something moving around and it caught their attention. Now Alexis could not hear or see anything, so she had no idea what they were barking at, but she just assumed it was probably a deer. Now after maybe 5 or 10 seconds, both their hackles raised, they started going crazy, barking and barking, and she's calling them back and figured it was just a deer and that they should head back to the house. Now, it took about a minute or so, but she was finally able to calm them down as they headed back towards the direction of the house. And the entire time they were going back to the meadow, both the dogs were whining, whimpering, looking back in the direction of the creek, and she's not really sure what that was all about, but whatever. She was able to calm them down. They got back to the house. Everything seemed fine for the most part. Now, the rest of the day and evening were fairly uneventful. Now, as soon as night fell, Alexis had actually fallen asleep on the couch because she was pretty exceptionally tired from the crappy night of sleep she got before. Now this is when things really began to get strange. She woke up, or at least she swore that she woke up to the sound of her father's voice calling her from outside, but it wasn't just outside. It was outside the living room, and a voice that she tried to explain it like this. It sounded like her father, but there was just something about the tone and pitch and timbre that wasn't quite him. Imagine, if you will, someone trying to mimic a family member's voice. That's the best way she could accurately describe it. So she sits up, she's looking around to it in response to this voice calling out, "Dad? Dad?" But as soon as she woke up and was alerted to the voice, it seemed to stop. So confused and puzzled by this, she walks over to the front door, turns on the outside light to see if anyone is out there, and now she's thoroughly weirded out by this because she distinctly woke up to the sound of her father's voice calling her name. She describes that it was very audible and not just in her dreams, but that she knows it was a real noise because when she woke up, both her dogs were alerted to the same noise with their ears perked up. So, not really sure how to explain this one away, she just decides to sit back down and try to drift off to sleep and thinking it was some fluke, but really had no idea what to make of it. Well, Alexis fell back asleep and then was violently awoken by both her dogs going crazy to something outside the house. She checks the time. It's roughly 10:30 at night. She gets up, turns the lights on again outside, doesn't see anyone. She just thought it might be a deer or maybe a raccoon or a possum or something that the dogs saw. I mean, we all know how dogs are. Whatever. So again, she tries to calm the dogs down. They're going nuts, hackles raised. They're all up barking at the window. Now, because of where the light shines from outside where the porch is, you could see roughly about 20 feet beyond the house where the light stops, and there was nothing there. So she kept trying to comfort the dogs. Now, as she's doing this, out of nowhere, she hears what she can only describe as a scraping sound that starts along the opposite side of the house from the outside. Her description was that it sounded like somebody was dragging a crowbar or something along the outside of the home, walking in a clockwise direction. Instantaneously, both dogs go barreling towards the back bedroom where the sound is coming from and is now moving its way towards the front of the home. Now she starts to go into a frenzied panic, thinking someone is outside, casing the house, attempting to break in. The sound is now making its way towards the front of the house, so she quickly pulls up her phone, calls 911, tells them that she thinks someone is trying to break in. She's alone. They send out a lone officer to investigate. Now, her parents' place is a little bit out in the countryside, so it took roughly about 15 or 20 minutes until any officer would show up. Now, after a few moments, the clawing sound outside the house just ceases entirely, and the dogs are still barking, they're still going crazy, and she noted that they almost seem delirious, that it's hard to fully explain. They're going all around the house, they're barking, they're going nuts, but they can't fully discern where the potential intruder could be. Then she hears a knock at the door. Police open up. Now it's the officer, and she kindly explains to him exactly what she's experienced this evening, and that she's sure that there's somebody trying to get into the house. Being a police officer, he assures her everything's going to be okay and that he's just going to go take a look around. At this point, the dogs have now started to calm down, so she just decides to sit tight and wait for the officer to come back. Well, about 20 or so minutes later, he comes back, knocks at the door. Now, this is the really odd thing that she described. When she opened the door to talk to him, she noticed his demeanor had completely changed. A once calm and confident officer now had the color completely drained from his face, and even the expression he wore just said that many things were wrong. In a very shaky voice, he assured her that he took a thorough look around the property in the house, didn't find anyone, didn't see any signs of a break-in, and that if there was anybody potentially trying to break in or casing the house, they are long gone now. Now, even though he seemed off, he still maintained his polite and kind demeanor and told her that if there's any more issues, just call him back. Now, at this point, the dogs finally seemed to calm down for the time being, but now because of all the commotion, she was just wired and couldn't fall back asleep. So she decides to turn the TV on and just lie there on the couch. And after now kind of settling down, after about maybe 2 or 3 hours of watching trash TV, she must have drifted off back to sleep. Now, the dogs had been quiet and they too had drifted off to sleep. Now, this is when she describes that she had a very strange dream, and she's never had a dream like this in her life, that she had actually left her body and her spirit floated up to the top of the house, or I should say above the roof, where she could see everything around. And then she described her spirit or her being pulled towards the area where the creek was, and she described that in her dream state or spirit form, whatever you want to call it, she could see that there was this dark demonic figure that was pulling her closer to her, having huge white eyes and huge claws, reaching out to grab her. Now, as soon as she got close to this thing, she immediately wakes up. She also described that in the dream, as this thing begins pulling her from the roof of the house towards where it is, it began speaking to her in a language that she did not understand. It was a language she had never even heard before. Now, what's even more interesting is as soon as she wakes up from the dream, she could hear the same sound outside again, as if it was her dad trying to talk to her from the outside. But of course, the outside light was on. She could see that there was nobody there. But this time, it sounded more like her father whispering to her, telling her to come outside, beckoning her. And she described the voice this time being a little more distorted. So to say she was completely terrified at this point is a complete understatement. She had no idea what was going on, but fortunately, both the dogs were completely passed out, probably of just exhaustion. So she gets up, walks to the front door, opens it, and she could still hear the faint voice calling to her, beckoning her to follow it. It was at this point she just figured she was beyond exhausted, and she needed to take some heavy sleeping meds right then and there to knock herself out for good. Now, the following morning comes, and so far it's pretty normal. She gets up, has breakfast with the dogs, they play, everything seems fairly normal until they go outside. She noticed there was deep imprints all around the house in the mud that looked very fresh, that actually led across the meadow in the direction of where they went the other day. And she also describes this very odd smell in the air, that she described it like a burnt hair or something, like it was this disgusting, pungent chemical odor. She said it was very hard to describe, but it stunk really bad. Now, of course, as soon as they go outside and they see the prints and they smell the odor, now the dogs are whining and smelling the prints and looking at Alexis as if she had an answer. Now, she wants to be clear here and state that it's not like these were extremely visible prints in the ground, but you could tell that something or someone had been around. This, of course, just put her on edge, and now she believes that there really was somebody trying to break into the house. Completely freaked out by this, Alexa decides to take both dogs and just go inside and hang out for the day. Now, the remainder of that day was pretty uneventful, but towards the evening time, as it began to get darker, she noticed that strong chemical odor actually coming into the house, and that burnt hair smell. And since it was still light outside, she could see there was no visible trace of the odor or why it should be coming into the house. The dogs were also acting relatively normal, and so that was good, at least for the time being. Now, at about 6 p.m., she hears a huge bang outside from the shed that sat around roughly 100 feet away from the house right in the meadow. It was just a utility shed, nothing really fancy, and it was sitting right on the western side. The dogs began barking and going crazy like the night before, and now because it was 6 p.m. in the evening, it was almost dark. So she decides to go and investigate, and she realized as she's recalling the story that this is the part in practically every horror movie where somebody gets killed. But part of her felt like if she was going to catch the intruder intruder, it was going to be it. She felt comfortable that she had 2 dogs with her, and so in her mind, the intruder had been hanging out in the shed this entire time. She was going to march over there, shine the light on them, have the dogs attack them or do something, call 911, and put an end to this whole thing once and for all. But ladies and gentlemen, that's not what happened. So she grabs the flashlight, she takes both dogs, they're barking, they're going crazy, they're snarling, and she marches out right where the shed is, and she's shining the light looking in that direction. Now, the second her and the dogs leave the house, she could immediately sense that there was something different in the air, that there was something wrong. Her gut instinct was screaming at her. There was a stillness, an electrical current in the air. Her body immediately reacted to it. The hairs on her arms and neck are standing on end. She felt extremely comfortable. Something was off. And so they're heading that direction, and she gets about halfway to where the shed is, and the dogs just stop. They go from barking, and they're pulling her towards the shed, and they stop, and their demeanor instantaneously changes from barking and mean and hackles raised to now they're whimpering, they're scared, they're visibly shaking. These dogs refuse to go any further. And as she's walking towards the dogs, because they're in front of her, she's looking down at the dogs, looking up at the shed and trying to figure out what on earth. And as she's yelling out to them, something happens mid-sentence. Right behind the shed, this large black shape steps out from behind it. Now, she doesn't know if it was a man or what the heck it was, but as soon as it steps out into the open, not hidden by anything anymore, both dogs immediately turn around and they go running in fear back towards the house. And so now Alexis is completely paralyzed with the flashlight on this thing, eyes wide. She doesn't know what she's looking at, but she describes this thing to be unlike any animal she's ever seen, that it was exceptionally tall, it was completely black, not translucent, that it had a very lanky body, had long, twisted, curled fingers and claws, and that it had a very bizarre looking face, but it was really hard to tell in the lighting, and that she could see 2 distinct yellow eyes. Now, the second it came into view and her flashlight is illuminating this thing, and there's still really not much detail, she just instantly got the vibe that whatever this thing was did not have good intentions, or it was evil, for lack of a better word. She claimed that it took her roughly 5 seconds to regain some control over her body after completely seizing up before her legs started to react and she fled back towards the house where the dogs had already been. She describes being near the point of a panic attack and had no idea what to do at this point. Her 2 dogs were going crazy, barking and whining, their hackles raised again, and she knew that if she called the police, they probably wouldn't believe her, and her parents' service is also questionable at best, since she claims her father insists on having the cheapest, crappiest cell phone service there is. All these things are running through her mind. She's not sure what to do. The dogs are still freaking out. She runs over to the kitchen sink, grabs a large kitchen knife, she runs over, turns all the lights in the house off, and she runs with the dogs back towards the couch, and she's trying to stay quiet. And not even 10 minutes later, she can now hear something really big and heavy moving just outside the house. She wasn't going to dare turn on the outside lights. She did not want to see what this thing was. It sounded like it was a large animal that was walking on 2 legs, moving from one side of the house to the other. She did not hear any other noises that accompanied it, but she was terrified beyond belief. She summarizes the next hour or so that it was her and her dogs all huddled together, shaking uncontrollably, gripping the only weapon she had, which was a large kitchen knife. And it's not like she was keeping track of time though, so an hour is a rough estimate. Now, eventually all the noises stopped altogether, and it was so quiet, she describes, you could hear a pin drop. Now, a couple of hours go by and she feels like she had finally calmed down enough, but was still very much on edge. And she noticed that that strong chemical odor had come back. She also noted that that chemical odor was also present when she had came near the shed. Now, she also notes that she remembers that odor coming into the house once more after the event at the shed and when she heard this thing outside the home. And now she was smelling it yet again. And she describes that within seconds of smelling this odor, she can start to hear the front doorknob jiggling. Thankfully, it was locked. However, the jiggling of the door handle wasn't like someone was trying to aggressively break into the house. She describes it as more of an intimidation tactic, almost as if whoever or whatever was doing it was almost mocking her, letting her know that if it truly wanted to get to her, It could at any time. That's the gist she got. Now, after the door handle wriggled a few more times, it stopped entirely. After that, the rest of the night was completely calm and quiet, but it was still extremely tense. Alexis doesn't know at one point in the night that she fell back asleep, but she woke up to her dogs licking her face the following morning. So shortly after she woke up, she got an emergency phone call from a close family member who was apparently having a medical emergency and needed help now. So Alexis, not wanting to stay any longer than she needed to, she told them that she would go and stay with them and help them. So she loads up all the things that she had brought and the 2 dogs, and she just left her parents outright to go be with this other family member having a medical emergency. Now, later on that day, while she was at the hospital with said family member, she calls her dad and is just outright like, look, my uncle's having a bunch of heart problems right now. He's going in and out of consciousness. I got both the dogs with me. They're fine, but I think I'm just going to stay here with them until everything's good. Now, fortunately for her, her father informs her over the phone that they're actually coming home early and they're already on their way, and they should be back in a day or so. Now, fortunately for her aunt and uncle, everything turned out to be fine, medically speaking, but she would not go back to that house to stay until the summertime. And even then when she stayed, she did not have an experience like this at all. And her parents would actually move out of this place in early 2013. She also recalled a few times since 2007 to 2013, and the small handful of times she came to visit her parents at this particular property, she had caught a whiff of that strange chemical odor, but never experienced or saw anything after that. She ends her narrative by just saying that there's things out there that we do not fully comprehend.
That's it, guys. You've made it to the end of the compilation, or should I say, part 1. That's all I got for you in this first part, so thank you so much. And since you made it all the way to the very end, and instead of just having you write anything down below, I want you, the viewer, to write the most ridiculous, ludicrous thing you can think of. I don't even care if it's legible, just something. Let me know that you made it to the end. Of course, make it humorous, right? Because that's the style here. More importantly, if you really enjoyed this new compilation format and would like to see more of them in the future, because let's be honest, I put out so much content that I seriously doubt most of you are even able to keep up with it. And that's fine, I get it, but maybe you hated it. If so, let me know down below. I want to know your thoughts. And of course, never forget, folks, I love you all. Keep an open mind, and I'll see you all in the very next episode.